radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening, thanks for joining us. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. And the headlines: President Bola Tinubu nominates former CDS General Christopher Musa as new Defense Minister. NERC announces availability of over 600,000 electricity meters for nationwide distribution. OSPA Commander General urges National Assembly to prioritize state policing. On the foreign scene, son of notorious Mexican drug lord Joaquin Lopez pleads guilty to drug trafficking in Chicago. I am Lucky Maxwell. President Bola Tinubu has nominated former Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Musa as the new Minister of Defense. The nomination was conveyed in a letter to Senate President Godswill Akpabio, where President Tinubu announced Musa as a replacement for Mohammed Badaru, who resigned yesterday. General Musa served as Chief of Defense Staff from 2023 until October 2025 and is widely respected within military circles. The Senate is expected to screen and confirm his nomination in the coming days. Similarly, President Bola Tinubu has appointed 6 prominent political figures as zonal coordinators for the Renewed Hope Initiative committees, aimed at driving his administration's developmental and socio-economic agenda across the country. The appointees include former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa for the South-South, former Bauchi State Governor Isa Yuguda for the Northeast, former Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari for the Northwest, former Senate President Ayim Pius for the Southeast, Oladipupo Onyimbode for the Southwest, and former Nasarawa State Governor Umaru Tanko Al-Makura for the North Central. Their appointments were announced during the inauguration of the committees in Abuja, an event chaired by Imo State Governor Hope Uzodimma. The Renewed Hope Initiative is expected to strengthen strategic engagement, mobilization efforts, and development-focused interventions across the 6 geopolitical zones in line with President Tinubu's vision for national renewal. Amid renewed national security challenges, the Senate has announced a major shakeup of several standing committees, fulfilling its earlier pledge to reconstitute the Committee on National Security and Intelligence. The announcement was made during plenary by the Senate Selection Committee chaired by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio. Under the new arrangement, Senator Yahya Abdullahi of Kebbi State is now named Chairman of the Senate Committee on National Security and Intelligence. He previously headed the Committee on National Planning. The Senate also restructured the Committee on Livestock and Animal Husbandry, appointing Senator Shehu Buba of Bauchi State as its new chairman. Senator Buba was last week removed as chairman of the Committee on National Security and Intelligence. In a related adjustment, Senator Mustafa Musa from Yobe State has been appointed chairman of the Committee on National Planning. The Senate Committee on Air Force has also been altered, with Senate Minority Whip Senator Osita Ngu of Enugu State taking over as acting chairman. Senator Ngu had served as the committee's deputy chairman before the former chairman, Senator Akwashiki, became indisposed. The reconstitution, according to the leadership, is part of efforts to strengthen its oversight and improve response, particularly to emerging national security issues. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission says between 600,000 to 700,000 electricity meters are currently available for nationwide distribution. According to a statement on the Commission's X handle, NERC Vice Chairman Musiliu Oseni made the disclosure during his opening address at the 4th NESI stakeholders meeting in Abuja. The meeting marks the Senate's final NESI stakeholders session in his capacity as vice chairman. He challenged utility firms to improve publicity and rollout speed, noting that the government had already invested in procuring the meters. With the transition to state electricity regulatory commissions in full swing, Oseni warned discourse regarding their cooperation with new state regulators. The Federal High Court in Abuja has granted Omoyele Sowore bail on self-recognition, cautioning him to refrain from making any utterances that could incite the public against President Bola Tinubu. Showore's bail followed his arraignment by the Department of State Services DSS before the court on a 5-count charge bordering on alleged cybercrime. In the 5-count charge, Sowore is accused of allegedly making derogatory remarks about President Tinubu on his social handles. Sowore, who is the convener of the Revolution Now movement, pleaded not guilty to the charges after they were read to him. Earlier in the proceedings, his counsel, Marshal Abubakar, had raised a motion challenging the competence of the suit, arguing that the court lacked jurisdiction. The prosecution objected, stating they had only just been served with the processes and needed time to respond. In a short ruling, Justice Mohammed Umaru held that the objection on jurisdiction was not ready for hearing because the prosecution was served, arguing that the defendants need to give them adequate time to file a counter affidavit. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. The Commander General of the Organized Security Peace and Advisory Committee, OSPAC, Emeka Onyeocha, has called on the National Assembly to concentrate on establishing state police rather than creating local government police structures. Onyeocha told to the FM's Priye Izogu that policing requires strong intelligence and confidentiality, warning that the local government police system could become porous at the third-tier level of governance. He stressed that security should remain a top priority for government at all levels.
Government to end it at the state level. Don't do it at the local government level because it will be porous. Let us try the state level because this is the first time that the country is going into such thing. So don't push it too hard. It is step by step. So let us try from state. When we try from state, if the state did not give us what we desire, then we can shift to local government. What I mean porous is that a lot of interest. We have 774 local governments. When you allow these 774 local governments to set up their own security outfit, it will be porous. It will be porous because security is secrecy.
Onyeocha also disclosed that OSPAC is intensifying efforts to curb the activities of criminal herders in the areas under its jurisdiction. OSPAC Commander General noted that although there have been minor incidents of herders attacking farmers, the situation in Rivers State is not comparable to the more severe cases reported in parts of northern Nigeria. He further advised state and local government as well as security agencies to properly regulate vigilante groups while expressing concern that some groups operate in unidentified uniforms and carry arms, raising questions about their motives and credibility.
It's high time the state government and the local government should look into the rising forces of security activities in Omega. We've been saying this is as if we are witch hunting or backbiting some persons. Now in Onega, I found out that everybody wants to do security. Our young women don't even want to go to school anymore. They don't want to learn work anymore. They don't want to look for a job in our company again. Everybody now want to bear arms, and it is not a good one for the society because we know our people. We know the kind of youth we have. We know how they behave. We know how their level of understanding. So if you allow the youth floor the place with arms, it will backfire in future. That is just the truth. So the government should do something before it gets out of hand because
the Rivers State Police Command has confirmed the recovery of 2 stolen rifles and arrest of 4 suspects connected to the November 12, 2025 attack on police personnel at Tonino Filling Station along Elioparamon Road in Port Harcourt. In a statement, the police public relations officer Grace Iringekoko said the Commissioner of Police CP Olugbenga Adepoju directed the anti-kidnapping unit AKU to take over the investigation, track down the perpetrators and recover the stolen weapons. Acting on the directive, operatives of the AKU deployed intelligence-led strategies and technical support to locate and arrest 4 suspects allegedly involved in the attack. Preliminary investigations, according to the command, indicate that the suspects are linked to other criminal activities within the state. Iringa Koko added that the arrested suspects, along with the recovered rifles, are currently in custody and cooperating with the investigators while efforts are ongoing to track down the remaining members of the gang and recover additional weapons used in their operations. Commending the operatives for their swift action, CPA Adepoju reaffirmed the command's commitment to intensifying security across all parts of the state and ensuring that criminals face the full weight of the law. The Ezeali, Usomini of Ogbaland in Ogbagbemandoni local government area of River State, His Royal Majesty Allen also has called for the active involvement of traditional rulers in addressing security challenges across the country. Speaking during the New Yam Festival in Obrikom community, Eze also said traditional institutions play a crucial role in community-based security and should be fully integrated into the nation's security framework. He added that the preservation of culture and tradition would help instill discipline, values, and ethics in young people. According to him, cultural practices remain important aspects of identity, noting that even Western religions acknowledge and respect festivals within their doctrines.
It is the traditional rulers that can easily control security. See, the security is not absolutely in the hand of traditional rulers. That is why you see the security failing every day. But if the government can revise, come back and give it properly to traditional rulers to handle, then empower them to handle security, there will be security. Those who are saying it don't know what they are talking about. Festivals of different kinds are there in the Bible. If you go through the Bible from Genesis to Revolution, you will see a lot of festivals. Festival of the month, festival of the year, a lot of festivals are there in the Bible as a tradition. Those who are doing it, I regard them as people who do not recognize how they are created.
Also speaking, former Commissioner for Urban Development and Physical Planning, Isaac Umejuru, said preserving the culture of Ogbaland would promote tourism and enhance security in the area.
It's indeed one of the cultures that we don't want to lose. A lot is going on, but this particular one, you know what Nchaka is? Nchaka is just when you, just like you go to church during the harvest to say thank you, Jesus. That's how it marks the end of the year for the Oba people. And you can see, if you go around the time, you can see that everywhere is peaceful.
The youth president of Obrikom community, Peter Udochukwu, said the New Yam Festival helps to unite the youth and enables them to put aside their differences.
The cultural orientation, the cultural impact in the life of the youths. You will discover these days that children barely understand their culture. While in other communities, what they do is to promote their cultures. But in this environment, you discover that every child or most children in the environment cannot tell the story of their culture, the story of their origin, the story of their tradition, which to me is a very big error and a very wrong one. So this Nchaka New Year Festival is an opportunity for orientation, to reorient our children, to reorient our youths.
The National Union of Equerry Students Worldwide has honored Noble Dike, Chief Security Officer of the Alakaya community, with an award for his outstanding contribution to maintaining relative peace in the area, which holds the University of Port Harcourt. The Union President, Obudo Precious, praised Dike's commitment to tackling insecurity, drug abuse, and violence against students, noting that his efforts have had a significant positive impact on the student community.
Having found him worthy of giving him an award resulted in a research of the peace he has kept in Alakaya. Before now, we have been hearing source of information of rape, robbery, handpick, and all sorts of things. So we have to commend him and give him an award of performance because he really tried. For some time now, for 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 years now, peace has been in Alakaya. Then we hear different news. Alakaya is very hot, no good outside the back of Kent. Yeah, there all this kind of a thing. He went to Alakaya Street. We hear a lot of things. So since his emergence, so we found out that there's peace. So we have to come and appreciate him.
The Chief Security Officer of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, Dr. Atama Valentine, also commended DK for his strong collaboration in safeguarding the community, adding that the partnership has benefited many UPTH staff residing in Alakaya.
That we have cordial relationship with our host community, Alakaya. The CSO, DK, has been doing very well. Since he took up that mantle, we've had peace in the environment, and we've worked in a very peaceful atmosphere in the hospital environment. Both the Nyewale and the rest of the community members, are very happy because as opposed to what used to happen before now, where students, our patient relatives and all that having clashes with the host community.
Receiving the award, Noble DK, who thanked the union for the recognition, saying it serves as motivation to continue serving the community. Also announced plans to offer scholarships to indigents of his community.
I thank Comrade Obodo Precious, President of National Union of Ikwere Students, National Secretariat Worldwide, for finding me worthy of this award of outstanding performance in keeping relative peace in Alakaya town and thereby contributing to peace in Rivers State. The security is everybody's business. I couldn't have done it alone. With the help of my team, the entire people of Alakaya, the Royal Highness of the community, the Council of Chiefs, the youth, security agencies, the non-indigent and residents of Alakaya for making this achievement possible. Within my capacity, I have tried promising to give scholarship to orphans, especially from my community, for this coming session.
The union further congratulated DK on his upcoming birthday on December 3. On the foreign scene, Joaquin Guzman Lopez, son of notorious Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, has pleaded guilty in a Chicago court to drug trafficking and continuing criminal enterprise charges. The plea deal includes cooperation with U.S. prosecutors in exchange for a reduced sentence. Guzman Lopez, one of 4 sons of the jailed Sinaloa cartel leader, had initially pleaded not guilty following his July 2024 arrest in Texas. Under the agreement, prosecutors said the judge could spare him from a life sentence depending on the extent of his cooperation. He is also required to pay $80 million representing proceeds from his crimes. Guzman Lopez's activities involve the shipment of hundreds of thousands of kilograms of cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and marijuana from Mexico to the United States. El Chapo, now 68 years old, is serving a life sentence in a Colorado Supermax federal prison following his 2019 conviction. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has nominated former CDS General Christopher Musa as the new defense minister. NERC has announced availability of over 600,000 electricity meters for nationwide distribution. We told you that OSPAC Commander General has urged the National Assembly to prioritize state policing. On the foreign scene, you heard that the son of notorious Mexican drug lord Joaquin Lopez has pleaded guilty to drug trafficking in Chicago. Stella Sasongu Okori edited the news. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, on X, formerly Twitter, at TodayFM951. Join our YouTube Live at Today95.1fm. Good evening. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are 2 sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself. I was brought up by my
That particular song, you danced to that song way back, not too far from now, but I mean, sometimes I just need to take you way back. And of course, it's the celebration season. November, December that we're already in is usually a season of celebration, right? Where people usually push weddings, child dedication, that's if the child was born within that period, housewarming, everything that has to do with celebration, they push it, to December. And it's always sweet because it's the end of the year. And if you also have family Thanksgiving, this is the time. Like I said earlier yesterday, these are the only places I want to go to now for maximum enjoyment. You understand? Today is 2nd, right? So I'm sure you're preparing how to enjoy yourself this season. If you can't travel, don't worry. There's enough enjoyment here. Also using this opportunity to plead with the governor to remember civil servants this period also. The 100,000. It's good money. It adds a lot of flavor when it comes to Christmas enjoyment for civil servants, pensioners, and co. So, our governor, Biko, I hope the agreement did not say he should not give us that money. Please, Please, that money is very, very important. That money is what? Very, very, very important. So please, amiable governor, you can even make it to 200,000 this time around, so that civil servants can enjoy. They can go to the market, buy 1 or 2, enjoy themselves this Christmas. Waiting this life before now, if not be to enjoy. That's all the life is all about. Even God said it, that he wants you to enjoy. So I wonder why people think that life is meant for suffering. No, that's not true. God himself, who created all of us, wants us to do what? To enjoy. Is that not so? Have you understand like that? That's what I know. Enjoyment too. Anything other than enjoyment is not my business. So 0810-9510-951. All right? That's the number to call to tell us what has been bothering you. Anything that has been bothering you, this is the opportunity for you to share it right here, right now. The rain just came like that this evening, woo, and then stopped. And you're wondering, what's going on here? Well, that's how it is. It's like one small harmattan wants to come, because the weather is a little bit hot. And PHED, and I know they try this period though. You will bring light around 11. By 1 or 2 a.m. you have taken the light. It's not good now. Then all through the day, you're not going to see light. I'm not going to check them now. Is that good? Good evening.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Comrade Dixon Igbo from Ahoda West.
Yes, please.
Maxwell, what is bothering me is about mosquito. Mosquito is disturbing us too much. I'm appealing to River State government to supply mosquito treated nets. Because if you go to a rural area like those people who are living in Orash, like Odrete, Olokuma, Yombo, those areas, you cannot stay outside in the head. You use all these palm fruit shell, those things they put for fire before you go scare the mosquito. And that mosquito, very, very big. When they bite you one, you bring out a pimple for body. So I'm a
Oh, your line just went off. The network providers, they have done their work. Please keep the calls coming in. What is bothering you and you want to share it right here, right now? Feel free to join the conversation. It's the enjoyment season. From December 1 down, and it's just enjoyment. Enjoyment upon enjoyment upon enjoyment. So if you're enjoying or you have enjoyment this thing, please give me a call. Send me a message. Give me an invite. No time you say, my friend, you can invite me to come and enjoy. For what? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Maxwell.
Good to have you.
Yes, sir, my dear brother. My name is Kingsley, calling from Obogoro.
Go ahead.
What is bothering me, my dear brother, is still about police conduct on the roads. With the level of insecurity going on in the country, you still see some police men standing on the roads collecting money. These people are not supposed to be in all over the streets of this country, making sure that this country is safe for all of us, not standing to collect one naira, 10 naira from the passerby, from the people who go out there to do their legitimate business. And these people are out there extorting them. So, and I want to ask, is that the work the IGP or the Commissioner of Police or the DPO send them to go there and do? Or, and I still want to ask, doesn't the IGP know that these guys are doing this to Nigeria? And if he knows, that means he's supporting the crime and the criminality that is ongoing in this country. But if he doesn't know, I want to use this platform to tell him that that is what his men are doing to Nigeria on the road. They should sit up and save the Nigeria. The better the country is safe is for better for all of us. Thank you for having me, Mr. Master.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my name is Kapoluma.
All right.
I'm calling from Domokushi. Yeah, what is on my mind this evening is high prep. Yes, because the water that they put in my village, my community, the water is not working for over how many months? What they use it to pump the water, the farm that they built, they didn't build it up so that breeze can blow it, so that the thing can pump the water. And they just said that thing and keep. And late on Saturday, I was in the village, and they come and took away one of the rubber of the tank of the water. There is no water inside. So I don't know, either they have started packing that thing away, because there is nobody that can talk to them. That what they are doing is not good. So IPRES is making me very, very angry, because not what they say that they are doing to us, we are going. So the thing, the IPRES matter that is on my mind, I beg them that they should come and fix the water. If they don't want to fix it, they should come and pull out all those things and go away from my community, because we will not die for water.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Yeah, Max, Mr. Zion. Good
Mr.
evening.
Zion, how this season go be now? You just keep quiet. Now so?
No vex, no, now you know say at all now. I go meet you for Nkorowe now. You know.
I hope so.
Muku say now at least from on the 14, 15, 16, I will do the needful.
No one.
Maxwell, these UPTH doctors that we go on strike, they don't call off their strike.
I've not heard anything. No.
At least we should strike today on. No. Well, I go beg them. I just see all the whole patients who did there. They don't evacuate all of them, which means the hospital not the work. But no one calls to talk about who they bother me. My own be saying Ignatius Ajuru University. The girls that we did here, now all of them be students. Now all of them we the girls, we the school for Ignatius Aju University. All of them now students, or some na Amalekite. Because one thing I don't hear from my own protege, which is person when I dey pay school fees for, we did here. They tell me about that school. It's a call for consign. That students go pay lecturer, HOD, dean of study, pay them money. It feel like income school, like come school. At the end of the semester, they go give them score. Some of the girls, the large majority, are Amalekites. and yet they pass.
You can't say the large majority. That's a huge number.
Yes, so I not say some or all of them or more. I didn't use most. I said the large majority. I don't know when you stroll go there. I don't know, but I want to challenge you. Just stroll go there. Make you go check the way that they behave, the way that they dress, the environment, and how the schooling system be. It resembles the one where you graduate from. Because for me, I don't sit down and wonder. I don't think this thing. If these guys they don't behave like this, when they graduate, we go want to employ them into our organization. Some of them go want to work with us. What thing they go deliver? Mr. Zion.
It's all right. Okay. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Master. Good evening.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, this is General Ololo calling from Port Harcourt.
General Ololo. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, lucky Max. What is bothering me right now is my community. We don't have lights, no lights. And I don't know, your brother doesn't want to give us lights. On the jail for the judge, the outside of local government chairman. We don't know. I know that most of the money that came from the local government, according to the local government, is going up to someone in Abuja, but it's not all. Other local government chairmen are still performing with the little they remain for them. Into I know that it's not all that they are taking for him now. You should please copy the life of him, Omoma local government and a local government. They are connecting other communities that does not have light now. On the little they remain for them. Into the little they remain for him, he should please do something. Connect Menama community to the national grid, Angulama, Sangama. These communities don't have light. We don't have light. And we need this light now, this December, to complete our enjoyment. You should please do something. Please, help me beg him. His name is on the New Fully George. Beg him for me.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Mark, good evening.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Mark, Chinda calling from Chinda.
Go ahead, Chin.
My governor has started his excuse game again, trying to blame his incompetence on other people that people doing when they are contest.
No, don't say the governor is incompetent.
I'm coming. Okay, sorry. That they when they go for this thing in a chain, that they tell them about schools, this one, that. But you've been on the throne for 2 years and before they removed you, you never talk about that in those schools, primary and secondary schools. You never spoke about it. Now you are trying to put blame on some other person. Not take responsibility. Why not take the bull by the horn and do the right thing, my governor? Secondly, when they say they want to give, they are giving the Oga in Abuja some money. So now they should think well now. Huh?
No, go ahead.
Okay, that they should talk very well. If you try to blame people, I want to. The local government chairmen are giving their Oga some money, and the remaining one they should use it and give life. No, now we should talk better. We should reason better than that. Right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
How's man?
Oh no.
Yes, sir.
I greet you, sir.
Okay, not the man. Good evening.
How the enjoyment this season now?
Man, hold up, why destroy me for road?
Sorry.
No road for that. Hold up. Okay, man, so this is my mind, You see this, our dancing governor, we just dance enter APC now. I dey wonder wetin make.
Which governor are you talking about?
The dancing governor, Adeleke na. Yes, now. He don't dance on progressive APC. I mean, on progressive Congress. I say, the more they defend, the more the killing they increase for Nigeria. The more insecurity, the more kidnapping. Kidnapping now don't become money and water. Kidnapping and water for Nigeria now. And somebody go open the eye, then say don't become to APC. They want to, it don't go align with the where they shake. I beg, my message to Osun people, I'm gonna go sharp on a matter too, because all the people they camp, they go on progressive party. Then they see the way security they increase for their states, them no be yao, no be chop. They should go and fight market anything that they can use to protect themselves. Because this one now more insecurity, now they don't go embrace. So that is my message to them at Osun. Then another thing, the level that this our local government in Rivers State here, they are operating. My brother, they are not helping matters at all. Today, I was driving my car. I was coming from airport to this Rumoku area. Immediately I passed through a Link Road, that sharp corner. My car just deck come off, but I fuel finish. So I come clear. As the road try stop, I come open my car. So luckily, say I get more fuel for my boots. I can't go carry and fuel. I want to change water for my fish farm. So I want to pump water this evening. Now I can't carry and say, okay, make I put them for the motor use and go reach as well. Would you believe, say, as I suck the fuel put for my motor, my brother, as I cover the tank, now so this care bus just clear for my front. Where two people don't jump down, they don't block me, they don't drag my key. So be small matter me and them today. Oh. If to say we reach like 2 people or 3, before God and man, something will happen today. But God said only me, they plenty past me. But me, I still give them what they deserve. Because they don't carry my motor and I don't give them shishi. I tell them, my motor, see my motor, full and I finish. You see me start the soft fuel for motor. He tell me, say, make I go beg the Oga. Who is the Oga? The Oga that Rivers State governor. Wait, go tell me, even if the Rivers State governor says, he see me for this kind of condition, he no pity me. I go call him a bad governor. You see me say my fuel finish. Okay, even if I obstruct other people here, of which I'm not obstructing anybody. Are you people not supposed to come and assist me to remove the vehicle from the road when you see I'm under duress? I'm under emergency. But you people want to increase my problem. You want to add to my problem. Me and them quarrel where at the end of the day, people come, put mouth before you know. Now they come carry shame one leg. They drive, they go from there, they run, they enter one. Now so then take from us. So local government jam. I don't know how you people recruit all these men, that all these untrained personnel to come and be doing a task force job in our streets. Because it's not good because they are terrorizing the citizens of this state. I don't like, because if I wish I did not stood my ground today, that is how they will drag my vehicle and take my vehicle to where I don't know and start calling money that I've not seen to feed my children. This is of the economy. So please, whoever is head of this voice, you should call them to order. Mr. Newule, which is the Speaker of Rivers State, please do something about these people. VIO, they don't enter house. I never see them for how many days now. And they don't call their name for House of Assembly. So, task force their name too. You people should do something about them. Please, the Rivers people are going through a lot already. You people should not be inflating pain on us, on the citizens. Please, it's too much, I beg. That is my
Thank you. No.
On my mind.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, Reginald.
Thank you very much. Mr. Maxwell, I am very much disturbed. I don't know. Ever since President Tinubu declared state of emergency in River State, and it appears that it has put all the opposition governors into fear. Both senators, all of them, everybody want to move to APC. Meaning that by 2027 there will be no opposition party. Nigeria will be a one-party system. And that calls for a very serious concern. The PDP that are supposed to be the opposition to check activities of federal government. Everybody is now afraid because the name of the president. Is it how a nation should grow? Is it the type of democracy that we appear that we are practicing? Is it how democracy is being practiced in other countries of the world? I have worked very keenly in democracy in nations like America. I find it very difficult to find out one of a governor or a senator that has defected from one political people. But in Nigeria here, it has become a norm, a culture, that the moment for you to make it to your second term or for any other thing, it means that you must be loyal to a level that you, as an elected governor, have no say again. So it's unfortunate now that the dancing governor of the dancing governor Adeleke has also joined his own group. Is it the way to go? It's quite shameful. The type of democracy we are practicing.
Thank you, Reginald. Yes, good evening. Hello. Hello.
Max.
Go ahead, sir. What's on your mind?
Yes, I greet you. You see what they.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Maxwell.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Go ahead, sir.
Maxwell, I beg, permit me to say what has been in my mind, or what is in my mind. Maxwell, Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life imprisonment, Abi, and he is somewhere in Sokoto, one of the prisons in Sokoto. I'm not the court. I'm not a lawyer, so I may not have anything to say. I cannot say whether, it is right or wrong what has happened. But one thing I know, I have observed and, come to see is that young man, a lot of things that young man, has predicted in the past are coming to pass right before our eyes. But my fear and worry is that there are a lot too he predicted that may not have come to pass, but there are signs of them coming to pass, and we are seeing the signs everywhere. And unfortunately, this thing, when it comes to pass, will not have the diligence, to pick out those who ordinarily are supposed to do something about those predictions, but have trivialized it, have taken it for granted, rather, or maybe for psychophancy's sake, have, waved it off and even say it is not going, even when it is right before us. How I wish, Maxwell, that this thing, when it comes to pass, because it's giving me concern. Maxwell, I told you what happened yesterday. I called you and told you what happened somewhere in the Ikore local government where we were on Sunday. And today we are hearing too
from your news there that armed bandits are taking people in Imo State. What is it called now? Okwala, somewhere in Imo State. Armed bandits have kidnapped people. Maxwell, I want to ask something. No verse. If I come to you and complain to you that, I'm in a relationship that is either becoming toxic or is toxic, Maxwell, what would be your advice for me? No verse. Can you say something?
My advice?
Yes,
it's not something we'll
yes.
talk on radio now.
Okay. Your advice for me, because I'm asking you because I know you're versatile. You know a lot about,
the issue is that when it comes to
living.
relationship like that, my advice at the end of the day might not matter because it depends on you.
No, but at
You
least
might want to
I'm
opt
talking,
out or even
no, I'm
stay.
not talking about me now. I'm talking about what your advice would be, your genuine, sincere advice would be to such a person. I know that okay, let me preempt you. Your advice will be, that you will be that you walk out of relationship or there should be a separation at least. You understand? And one of the signs, one of the indices of toxic relationship is mistrust, lack of trust. When there begins to be lack of trust, where somebody, your friend, your wife, or whoever you are in a relationship with, will give you water, and you begin to suspect that water, you won't want to drink the water, and when it goes behind you, when it goes behind you, you're looking at your back and all those stuff. That is a sign of the relationship being toxic. You understand? And what we are having now in this nation is showing that the relationship is no longer working. Maxwell, I'm not going to go deep, but I know you understand. It's no longer working. So when a relationship is no longer working, what should be the advice? Is it not to review the relationship and see? Because I am afraid, because Nigeria cannot go on like this, where you live in fear, in suspense, in anxiety. There's no peace, even when there's supposed to be peace, where there's nobody around you yet, because of the things you see ahead. I don't understand anymore, Maxwell. A lot of things that young man talked about, that's my own worry. They are having the likelihood of coming to pass. And when these things come to pass, it is a common man that will bear the grudge. These things will not be diligent enough to pick out those people who are causing this thing, who are sponsoring this thing, who know what to do, who are in positions to do things about this thing, and yet have refused to do anything about it. How wish this thing will be diligent enough. Those psychophants that maybe for whatever reason, sentiment, emotion, whatever reason, political, religion, that are seeing nothing wrong with the wrong that is going on in the society. How wish these things, when they come to be, they will be diligent enough to pick them out and leave some of us who are crying out and say, even though we have nothing to do, but at least we are saying what is wrong is wrong. Maxwell, that's what's been in my mind. Thank you, Daddy Henry.
Thank you, sir. Please, we're not going to have no Christmas carol, no nothing in this state. What's going on now? I made them renovate school. This Christmas, we could chop the Christmas first before I renovate school. When I bring that money, since I no green renovate school, now I want renovate school. When I buy rice, we could chop, buy cow. Kill the cow, let on the street, let everywhere be stewing. Make we chop Christmas first. January on I renovate school. House of Assembly, governor. Mona, hold on. Buy rice and since on I know I renovate school since and I know I build roads in Mona live and like that. The school don't they close. Buy rice and cow and scatter, put them everywhere. Let us stew this Christmas. Make we chop. When we don't chop belly food next year. Since we will not go better school again, next year we will start thinking of renovation of school. Please, nobody should talk about renovation now. Talk about how rice and stew will be everywhere. That's the one I want to hear. Go to every bar like that. Pay government money. This money is our own. Go there and pay. We'll just go collect 3 bottles, 4 bottles. Everybody will just be enjoying like that. Then on the 25th, you understand? Bring a van. Let them from Choba down. Aba Road, GRO, everywhere, rice and this thing, van will just be stationed. Government van will pay people that will cook. We just go there and say, give me rice, give me this one, give me meat. You chop like buffet. Let us chop this money. This allocation that has come in now, pay civil servants, give them their own, but let us chop money. Then January, you can now renovate school. That's, Mom, I don't talk my own. Good evening.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Comrade Desire, calling from Naba.
Go ahead.
Please, I want to clear the air. No be only in the Kano where they not prison for this Nigeria. The prison can sell we and kill him. We are talking about the insecurity and economy that they bring in. I don't know the problem of Nigeria. We are dying here talking about insecurity and the way economy is going.
So what's on your own mind? Leave what every other person is saying.
This is we should be talking about. Oh my brother, we should be. No, this I didn't need to do FM like this. The FM is a concrete station. You can't just come and talk. The FM get policy. The FM not be like the other FM. We just come talk anyhow. The FM they have policy. I beg. Let's not control to the standard. Not bring out the economic problem. We should talk about the situation of Nigeria.
Thank you. All right, let's take messages. The same way you have called and talked about your own, other people will also talk about their own. Maxwell, greetings. What's on my mind is about PhD. Is it the responsibility of community to be maintaining transformer in their domain whenever the transformer have fault? Thank God ability at Webu. Now you just travel, come back. You're talking as if you just travel for 35 years and you're coming back. This is the reality now.
Good evening, Maxwell. I am Tammy in Port Harcourt. I have a lot on my mind, but paramount today is this Mbwaba NTA Road. We gridlock there every evening is beyond tolerable. You know, I believe we have government in this state, a sensitive one for that matter. So what's on my mind is that the Most High God should visit our governor and let him do something about this road. Maybe block that intersection. Let it be a straight road. Do something. And also repair that waterlogged area that's causing a lot of hold up every morning, every evening, every afternoon. Let us feel governance. Let us feel governance in places of human endeavor and transport. What's on my mind? This one is paramount.
All right, thank you. That's the much we can take. We'll go for a short break and come back for area talk. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Today's news in 60.
The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has suspended its indefinite strike, which commenced 29 days ago. Urological surgeons said that Nigeria now has the expertise and equipment to perform minimally invasive surgeries in patients with kidney stones and prostate enlargement using advanced treatment technology like HOLEP, holmium laser enucleation of the prostate. Seasoned health practitioners have warned that Mpox, an infectious viral disease that can occur in humans and animals, is still actively circulating in the country, posing an ongoing public health challenge. Nestle Nigeria PLC has refuted a report by a Swiss non-governmental organization, Public Eye, which alleged that the company sells infant cereals in Africa with higher sugar content than in developed markets. And on the foreign scene, health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo has declared an end to the latest outbreak of Ebola, which has caused at least 34 deaths since August.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history. Today in history, 2nd December. In 1946, Gianni Versace, Italian fashion designer, was born. In 1964, Nigeria's first oil refinery at Alesa, Eleme, Rivers State began operations boosting the nation's energy sector. In 1971, the United Arab Emirates was established as an independent federation of 7 emirates. In 1983, a coup in Nigeria overthrew President Shehu Shagari, installing General Muhammadu Buhari as head of state. In 1993, Colombian criminal Pablo Escobar, who as the head of the Medellin cartel was arguably the world's most powerful drug trafficker in the 80s and early 90s, was killed during a shootout with authorities. In 2018, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was signed by multiple African nations to boost intra-African trade. And in 2020, cannabis was removed from the list of most dangerous drugs of the International Drug Control Treaty by the UN Commission on Narcotic Drugs.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. This is a season of what? Enjoyment. Don't get it twisted, ladies and gentlemen. So enjoy yourself this season. Don't kill yourself. For me, I cannot come and kill myself. Now, just to wet the floor, just a little appeal to the River State government led by Siminalayi Fubara to at least, the way he has been doing it, which is, doling out something for civil servants and pensioners in the state. Of course, these people are people who serve the state, and most times if you check their salary, it's just there, So for this Christmas to be stewing for them, I'm appealing to the governor to at least extend a hand of fellowship to them. Might not be able to peg an amount, but I'm aware that he has done it before, 100,000 for Christmas. This time it can be 150 because we must go higher and higher from one level of a level of lower concentration to what? A level of higher concentration. So it can be 150, it can be 200,000. So that this Christmas can, because when something gets into the hands of civil servants, you won't say I'm talking because I'm a civil servant. I'm not a civil servant, right? When something gets into their hand, the market people feel it. That time when 100,000 got into their hands, the market people also felt it. And there's something Amechi said on the podium while he was speaking. He said when he noticed that there's insecurity rising up in the state, if we just tell accountant, pay for project, distribute, let money flow into the system, you see that insecurity will just drop. So you just know that when people don't get money, they will just define one thing or the other, evil way they go do. But when money is in the hands of people, naturally, insecurity will reduce. That's what other countries have been able to do. Unfortunately, our government is not looking at the root of the problems that we have. Yes, they are trying, but I think they should also solve it from the root. Both the federal and the state government and the local government should solve problems from the root. So, something in the hands of our civil servants this season will go a long way. When public officers get something extra, apart from their normal salary, pensioners get something. Pensioners are elderly people. Some of them still have children who are in school, in the university. They still have things to take care of. So if, at age 60 something, if extra something gets into their, apart from the normal pension they receive, how much is even the pension? It will go a long way. Money will flow into the system, and the state will, of course, be happy. And then secondly, Secondly, the government can as well also stew everywhere. For those who are in private sector and all that, if you say, oh, people should go to a certain shop that there will be discount, how many people will go to that shop to go and buy Christmas things? There will be crowd now, so there might be stampede. So the government can work out modalities, you understand, on special days. Put this thing around town, fix it everywhere. Let us chop this money. It's a personal appeal. Oh. Let us chop this money. This money, nobody will go and chew it. If you like, carry stock it inside the house. Now that people are alive, let them chop this money. During Christmas, 25th, Boxing Day, 26th, there may be 30th, 31st, 1st, like that. There's a way government can do it, and there can be rice and stew everywhere. Anywhere you turn to, you see rice. You see 1 or 2 bottles. Paid by what? Government. Let them bring in this strategy so that people can enjoy. You will see that crime will drop. Who get time to go find trouble or try to steal someone's whatever? When he knows that if you get to Garrison Junction, there's one truck there. Plenty food there. They are just giving people as just a pass. It's just like when people crash into weddings and all that. Government can do that now. This money that we are getting from Abuja and Nigeria, what is it for? Is it not to enjoy it? Do something of that nature. You get to Choba Junction, there's another, this in Alakaya Junction, there's another big truck. You understand? You get to each junctions like that. Even in the local government, let these things be everywhere. At least people can take 2 bottles, 3 bottles maximum. You just see that everywhere will just be stewing and everywhere will calm down. So it's my personal appeal to the governor of the state to see how this Christmas can. You can do it 25th, 26th. You do it 30th, 31st. After while people are coming back from church that first night, that's 12, 1 a.m. Yeah, you have junctions like that, stationed, and things are everywhere. What are you not talking about? People will be happy. Then on the first, so time, you also do it like that. Bring out small money from the ones we have in the safe and put rice and stew and drinks everywhere so that people can enjoy their life. Haven't done for civil servants, you also do for the general populace. Is that not so? That is it. It's my personal appeal, so the government can consider it and do it. Let us enjoy this money. Life is one. While the government is also enjoying in government house of assembly people they are enjoying, let the general public also enjoy government money. It's their money now, is that not so? It's not a big deal. It's something that the governor can just say, yeah, bring out 5 billion, do this thing. You contract people that will cook for these days, buy drinks full everywhere. Let people eat and drink and merry and celebrate. Is that not so? So having said that, now it's my personal appeal though. So the government can consider it and then look into it. For those people who are around the governor, these are the things you should be telling him in his ears. I'm telling something of this nature in his ears. So now let's look at security issues. We've talked about state police, we've talked about national police, local police, but someone is saying that he prefers state police other than local police. We've talked about community policing over time. Even our security experts, Okechi Smith, they have talked about it, community policing. Okay. And he has also talked about revalidation and retraining of the OSPAC and some other groups that we have so that they don't go beyond. But the OSPAC commander, Emeka Onyocha, is saying that no, we should rather keep it at the state level. Security is something that is very important. That's why in those countries you call Sena climb, there are things you will not hear, the public will not hear. Yes, when it comes to security, there are things they will not share. They call it classified document. The public will not know what is contained in that document. When they get some security briefing, they will just tell you, okay, we are on top of the matter, we are doing this, but they will not tell you the nitty-gritty. You will just see result, right? Now, Emeka Onyocha is saying that security should keep at, since the national security is there, they should also bring it down to the to the state level, not the local level. That if it is brought down to the local level, it will leak. There will be some form of infiltration. But let's hear from a security expert. Ukechi Smith-Dibia, who is a crime analyst, is joining us on the phone. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And how are you doing today?
I'm great. So, firstly, sir, let's look at what's the difference between national, state, and local security. Can you give us the definition and the structure, how they are made up?
It's okay. The national police, which is the federal police, just like the name implies, is a structure that is being managed by the federal government, where you have the overall person as the Inspector General of Police. Then you have structures such as states, area commands, tactical units, divisions, and boys. Now, for the state police, is also a structure that is being managed by the state, where also you have the same cadre in terms of structure, having the stations, maybe by dividing it by local governments and all that. Then the local government police, like the commander has just said, is also a structure that is being run by the local government. And then the community policing is different from each of these policing cadres are different. Community policing is also different from the local government policing. Yeah, so exactly what it is. The community policing have been organized and supervised by the national police, but organized by the CDC, community leaders, chiefs, and all of that. That comprises local police. And for the local government policing, they also have the right to arrest and also enforce law in the local government structure. Then relates to the national policing. Then for that of community police, they do more of intelligence. They do more of partnership. They don't have the right to arrest. They don't have the right to enforce. So that is the level. But looking at what he said about the local government police, and I hope I'm right. That's what he said.
Yes.
What did he say again? Sorry, remind me.
Okay, he said that he would rather prefer we concentrate on establishing state police rather than creating local government police structures.
Okay. You know why I laugh? Most times when we talk or when we want to talk about Nigeria, we talk about Nigeria comparing us to United Kingdom, other countries, United States of America, and all of that. But when we also want to do something that those people have done and are also doing, then in turn we condemn it. We say no, it will not work in Nigeria. Yes, it will not work in Nigeria to an extent, not because the initiative is bad, but because of a high level of corruption and lack of framework. Now, let me say that in United States, we have state policing, we also have local government policing. We have the state police, which is known as the county sheriff, and we also have the local city police. That is in the United States. And these people are working effectively. And because they are there is a better framework. It's not political interference. So these guys are perfectly working, and that is why you have some level of results you have over there as regards crime reduction. If you go to United Kingdom, they also have local policing model, which they also have policing structured by counties. They have metropolitan police. There's also what they have, the local government, they have it as a Greater Manchester Police. See, these things exist, and this is exactly, for me, what we need to do. If you go to Canada, they also have these things. Municipal policing, I can't remember, but that is what it is. So imagine in Nigeria, we have the structure of local government policing. I think it is going to go a long way by helping in crime reduction. It is going to go a long way in creating job opportunity. It's going to go a long way in empowering the youth as such, because imagine in 23 local governments in Rivers State, and you have, let me say, 100 officers being recruited as local government police. You are going to have about 2,300 officers. As such, you will have just given 2,300 employment to people in the state, and times it by the 7 there is something local something local government will have. It is a good initiative, but the problem is political interference, and this is where corruption has taken over most of these sectors. Why he is opposing it to an extent is because of what he perceived as the local government chairman going to take over, control, interfere, and dictate who they will arrest and who they will release. The same fear lies in the state policing. And why we have this fear is because of the total disconnect that we now have with the people in the authority. If not, that initiative, for me, is the best. Because we cannot reduce crime and prevent crime when you don't know the pattern, when you don't know the culture of those people. Because when you know the culture of those people, when you know the people that are in the community, as a local government police officer, just like he is in Onega, he is better informed as regards people around Onega. If you bring me to Onega, it will take some time for me to know some persons. But if you bring him to Onega, at a glance, he can, if he sees 10 persons on the road, he can identify and know at least 6 or 7. Now, the other ones he will not, he will just ask a brief question and they will tell him, is it the son of this person? Okay, I know him. So if you bring me to Onega, I won't be able to even identify 1 or 2 persons. Okay, so that is the advantage you get in local government policing. Also, when you bring him to my local government, he might not also be opportune to identify this. So what am I trying to say? Local policing is ideal. It is exactly what we need now. But the problem is political interference.
Now that's the issue, Mr. Smith. He is saying that if you bring it down to the third tier of governance, it will be porous. That's what he's saying. That's his issue. So don't you think we are not mature enough to that level, to do community policing effectively? Okay, look at what even some of the OSPA guys are doing, some of them. Do you understand? There are areas you go to, they'll block the road at probably 8 or 9 p.m. thereabout, and they'll start collecting money from this thing. Same thing that we're accusing the police of doing.
Yes. You see, often we look at ourselves not being matured to welcome good initiative. And why this happens is because of these people that are also in the authority. When they do these things, they also manipulate these things, they also interfere in these things. Mr. Maxwell, the only problem we have is to abide by the laws. If the people in the authority, I catch the fear, and that's the fear all of us have. And sometimes I think that is why we are also where we are. So what we just need is the framework, and people in the authority remove their hands from these things to work. Okay, why do we keep comparing ourselves with the people outside, as in the other countries such as US and all of that? It is not because they do not have political leaders. It is not because they do not have this structure, but because they remove their hands from it, and things are working. But for here, we are not matured according to his fear. But the question is, when are we going to be matured? We are battling with crime. And the type of crime that we are battling with now, the type of insecurity that is ravaging us now, needs every cadre of police to be activated. So for me, I think we should kill the fear of what the politicians will do. Like sometimes I even used to ask, how many politicians do we even have that you are comparing to 200 and something million persons? And also think that it is our fault, because most times we keep telling them that we are afraid of them. Just like he has just exhibited that fear. But if we push to say we want things to be done right, and I think that if we are serious, things will be done right. So for me, I think we need to begin to be mature so that we can fight these things holistically. Because if we keep refusing or rejecting local police, community policing, state policing, and probably universities and other institutional policing, then I will not say that we are not actually ready to really fight and reduce crime in the country.
Mr. Smith, if assuming now we have a federal police, assuming the state decides to take up that responsibility, establishing a state police, and you have the communities also establishing their policing system, how are we going to draw the line? We have seen military officers and police fight on the road. We have seen maybe NSCDC, when we already know that constitutionally these security agencies have their responsibility. So how are we going to draw the line so that there won't be interference from the federal police to the state police and to the local police, assuming we're able to understand ourselves and we've been able to put in structures to set up these 3 tiers of policing systems?
Yes, Mr. Maxwell, the only thing is this. Every security agencies and departments have their laws, their acts that governs them. And the thing is, lack of these informations are also one of the things that brings about this you see the army trying to do the work of the police trying to do, not understanding ourselves. I think it is because of lack of most of this information. Personally, I've driven one certain time. I was on the road driving and I was intercepted by road safety, and he was asking me some things, and I asked him, which act is this written? So that I know. Because I know that what he was asking me, it's not actually in the Road Safety Act, rather the Police Act. So he was confused, and I told him, I said, okay, you are using Police Act as against your act. So what I'm saying is, there is this lack of understanding to an extent. That's why you see conflicts, people doing what they are not supposed to do, and it still boils down to the leaders. Because if we train these people properly, Mr. Maxwell, I'm in the system, I know what I'm saying. When people are trained, maybe during the recruitment time, for 3 months, 6 months, depending on how the training is, and they are deployed to a place, it takes another 1 to 2, 3, 4 years before they are properly, train again and all of that. And when you do that, you bring this issue of conflict, because you begin to see the military will say they are higher than the police. It's just like what happened recently with a minister with Navy and police. You see that the Navy man was even telling the police to shut up, of which he thinks he's higher than the police. Did you understand that? So as much as you don't want the politician to oppress you, or a political leader to oppress you, and some persons are supporting the fact that yes, we don't want to oppress us, but in that same scene, you are oppressing another person, and who happens to be a law enforcement agent. So I think that training and retraining and better understanding and structure will take care of these things. We shouldn't just recruit and live like that. I entered an office and there is a description on the place. He said, when you fail to train your workers, you end up having monkeys and zombies as staff. That hit my head. So I said, oh, this is exactly what it is. So when you fail to train your staff, when you fail to train these people, you end up having them not knowing their work properly. That's why you can see when a girlfriend have issue, she will call somebody will go and arrest somebody and all of that. It is not what it is. Just a land issue. You see people doing what is not their job. So I just think that we need to come down as a nation and begin to look at these things holistically. And most times I even say, these things we might not even begin to think about it much. All we just need to do, go to US, pick a manual. This thing is working there. Let's take it and come here and duplicate it. Do it, copy and paste. But the only challenge is the people does not obey to an extent law in Nigeria. And that's why I said in one of those seminars I went to, according to a man, he said, law here is like cobwebs. It only catches mosquitoes and flies. It doesn't catch war gecko. It doesn't catch rabbit. It doesn't also catch rats. Proper training is what we need. So for me, his fear is ideal, no issue. But if we want to be serious in crime reduction, in poverty alleviation, in unemployment and creating employment for the youth, I think all cadres of policing should be activated so we can fight crime and reduce crime in Nigeria.
Now, everything, the buck stops at the doorstep or the table of the government, because John Maxwell said everything rises and falls on leadership. Do you think with the present state that we have, the present state of things, the political leaders, those at the helm of affairs, the lawmakers, are we really, 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 really ready to tackle the issue of insecurity, both at the federal, state, and local level? That's one. Two, you have stated, over and over again that the root cause, one of the major root causes of insecurity is unemployment. If we end up setting up state police, local police, and we chase these guys who are probably giving us issues in our community, will that, and without chasing unemployment, will we be able to have, reduced insecurity to the barest minimum?
Mr. Maxwell, the first question is for me. I think we are not ready to fight insecurity. I cannot remember a person that said that they are using a sensitized also to fight whatever. I can't remember that again. But I think that we are to an extent, that is my personal opinion, we are not really ready. See, Mr. Maxwell, go and look at the budget, the security budget of 2025. In fact, go and trace our budget for the last 5 years and see how much that has been voted to security. And now, go and see how much that has been voted to education. Go and see how much that has been allocated to science and technology. Go and see how much. So, we cannot be fighting. Of course, I have said, each time you fight is a sign of failure. That I have said. So we cannot be fighting insecurity and ignoring employment and youth empowerment across all cadres. Mr. Maxwell, if you go to, I know that, yes, no matter how you do, you will still have people that are still there to perpetrate and commit crime. No doubt, there is no free crime or crime-free society anywhere. But let me tell you, unemployment is one of the things that is a driver of crime. So instead of us allocating much of this money to buy, to buy all different types of arms and ammunition and hardwares, and we fail to educate the people, we fail to create job opportunity to the people, Mr. Maxwell, I tell you, crime will still continue. Because when people are hungry, they tend to be strained. And that theory states that there are likelihood that they will slide into crime. So I think that number one thing, if we are genuine that we want to fight crime, is one, we need to begin to look at how to create employment for the youth. Mr. Maxwell, we have over, I think, is it 34% or thereabout unemployment rate? I can't really quote for now, but I tell you that is what it is. Now, if we're able to reduce this, I bet we will, to an extent, are discharging it negatively. So if the state, if the nation will be serious, reduce much, in fact, increase much of the allocation in science and technology, create jobs and all of that, and see how they can engage the youth properly, I bet you crime will reduce. Go to our schools, public schools today. I mean, what do you see? So how do you encourage people to even go there? Yesterday, I was listening to you. A year one student called, and he said they were supposed to had lecture yesterday, but it was postponed. And we just laughed at over it and all of that. I was pained while driving, listening to that, because this for us sounds like the normal thing. But over there, it doesn't sound like that. It is a serious matter. Who postponed it? Who cancelled that? People spend. So what I'm trying to say is that this particular guy was saying that they are not encouraging them to go to school again. And we just laughed. exactly what it is. So if you go to our public schools, how are they allocating? How much are they allocating? Look at every day, our schools are going to. So what I'm trying to say, we need to be intentional in fighting crime. That's why I said, for me, I think we're really not too serious. We're just probably seeing how things will work. But if we are serious, even the thing that is happening over there in the north. So if you check, their neglect of over so many years. I remember when Gulo Jonathan was there, he did Amajiri school. And you know how many persons were rehabilitated that time and all of that. So where is the initiative? How are we bringing these people? How are we making sure that these guys are properly rehabilitated? Go to our prisons today. You have people that just sit there and eat government food morning, afternoon, and night. How are they being rehabilitated there? When you go to other countries, you see people in prison, in a factory, producing, packaging things. So that by the time they are out from prison, they reduce recidivity. But here, the people that are not in the prison are even hungry. So for me, I think the number one thing is that the government will have to sit down and begin to ask, how do we solve the problem of insecurity? Imagine how many billions that the bandits are asking for ransom. Some of that are just for a handful of people. We can use those, if we had used those money to build schools, some of those bandits we are fighting today probably would have been teachers in those schools. Some of them, if we had used it to build hospitals, some of them would have been nurses and some of them would have been staff in that hospital.
Okay.
So some of them would have been functioning. So the decay is what we are suffering today. And it is unfortunate that we have still not come to the understanding that youth need to be properly positioned.
All right.
I just listened to you also while I was driving, the names that the president just inaugurated for about different South or something, where Pius was also, his name was there, I can't get it right. And when
For
I listened to the name,
the initiative, the Renewed Hope initiative.
The committee or whatever he brought, I just say to myself, what is the hope of the youth? What's the future of this youth? And when these youth stay, they watch you drive Rolls Royce, they watch you build skyscraper to an extent, build wall round about yourself, build everything and live in affluence. I tell you, you might not sleep in that your mansion because people around you are hungry. So you might not sleep. That's why sometimes you see them with these securities roundabout. If not, what are you using security your community for? Why using bulletproof? Even as little as local government chairman. When I say little, I'm not saying they are small. Do you understand?
Mm.
But I'm just saying, like, as local government chairman, that is supposed to be a friend of the community, is using bulletproof. Why? Why are you afraid? Because you have failed to employ. In fact, Mr. Maxwell, to tell you even how wicked some of these are leaders are, they even enter there and reduce the job employment numbers. I know some places where even the local government has stopped paying some staff that has already been in the system. I'm not saying they should support back, maybe if they are not properly employed and all of that. But the truth is, we are fighting insecurity. You should look for a way to engage more youths than to reduce the ones that are even taking the little money they are taking. So for me, I think we need to come down and begin to think of employment. I listened to the speaker yesterday. He was talking about one teacher teaching two persons and students and all of that. For me, that's another way of creating job employment. So what do? Look for a way that they can employ 20,000 teachers.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
And I bet you get more people employed. So we need to create jobs. How many factories do we have in this country that are owned and managed by the government? If we begin to do this, I tell you, we don't need to fight insecurity. Gradually, insecurity will reduce. I told you, and I have seen it, if you go to Finland, people serve their prison in their house. Mr. Maxwell, they don't run. They just hear that court has sentenced so person to 5 years imprisonment, and he will just walk to his house, and they will give him a particular place to be taken care of. They will give him a particular tax. Maybe you will be the one cutting this grass in so university every 2 hours. So in the morning, he will just enter his bicycle. He will come to that university. He will cut the grass for 2 hours, and he will go back to his house.
All right.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you
this
so
is
much.
what we see. Thank you very much. We need to empower the youth. We need to create job employment. Insecurity will gradually reduce.
Okay.
Instead of buying arms and ammunition to kill who?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ukechi Smith-Dibia is the MD of Snow.net Security Limited. He's a crime analyst. When it comes to AI and security management, he's an expert. He's a cybersecurity expert also. Thank you so much, sir, for coming on the show. Feel free to join the conversation. For you, state police or community police, which one do you prefer? Good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Zion.
Go ahead, sir.
At least for the first time, I'm joining your security watch. Ikechi Dibia indeed is a mind that reasons, that have transcended to the metaphysical world of reasoning, that have dissected the reasons why you should know the difference between the educated and the illiterate. Maxwell, in your opening before now, you stated something. Create environments in every junction. Let us just come and eat, drink for the youth. Do you know that that alone is security for your states?
Of course.
Do you know that as they come in to eat and drink, do you know that in less than 1 billion naira, you have achieved that from December 1st to January 1st, 1 billion. You have created employment direct and indirect in those environments. Let's take a case study of Abarut. One is in Abali Park, Garrison, Rumola, Artillery, and Eleme Junction. Go there, just go and eat and drink. Do you know what you have done for River State? At least every Friday. And look at what Ikechi Dibia have told you. See, no nation can fight insecurity. You cannot, but you can ameliorate it, or you cannot even start it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Zion.
With the concept he just created, if you engage the youth, 23 policemen can secure River State. 23 policemen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Zion.
For every local government.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
As well.
Thank you. Yes, good evening. Local police or state police?
No, that's well.
Yes, Robin Maja.
Why will River State government under Sinale Fubara Excellency discard Canary security? Do you know how many jobs that event provides for River State residents? Okay, Master, don't you know?
Why will the governor not know and understand? How many?
Hello? Oh, Robin Maja. Can you call back, sir? Good evening.
Good evening, Master.
Yes, sir. Wellington.
Master, what are they securing? What is the state police going to secure? What is the local police going to secure? The dilapidated infrastructure? Do you have anything to secure? Master, what are they going to secure? No infrastructure. Infrastructure decay. You don't even have school to secure. You don't have industry. Even the common road you have, all of them are dilapidated. Some they have stolen their this in daylight. So what are they getting the police to secure for? If you create infrastructure then before you talk about security, that is what the OKTD is telling you. No job. So you create job before you create security. So what are they securing? As you're coming to your studio, you secure yourself, Master. From where you're coming from, Choba, under the bridge, everywhere, top, left and right, center. So what are they securing? There is no infrastructure, so you're not securing anything. Let them create the needed job. Somebody was showing me a video of somebody making a statement that a teacher, do you have classroom talkless or teachers? Master, in your area report, are people not calling you from a chair or Mumma or Greek everywhere? So what are you getting the security to secure? Thank you, and God bless you, Master.
All right, thank you. Good evening, welcome. Go ahead.
Hello, Master. Good evening.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is George. I'm calling from Oligo.
All right, sir.
Master, this what I'm advocating my own is state policing. Because that one will go a long way to help us to cover up this insecurity in the country. You know why? If the youth are highly engaged in securing their communities and securing their place, at least it will help to ameliorate the crime in the state. Take a look now that you are chasing youth now from vandalizing pipeline and all that from the sea and all that. When you chase them out, what provision have you made for them to engage? You bring them out, you don't engage them in meaningful activities. They say an idle man is a devil workshop. They will go back to that place to start their work or look for another available thing to take to augment so that they can earn a living. So I think that this is the time now for the country to have a state police so that we have federal police and also state police. Even we're also supposed to have local police. This will help to at least no country can fight a crime to its logical conclusion, but at least it will minimize the rate of the crime in the country. Because it cannot be police, as you see police not doing anything again. They are overwhelmed by their job. What that is collecting money from one junction to the other. 20 naira, 30 naira, 100, that's only what they are doing. The army is overstretched. So the thing we have to do now is to create state police.
Thank you, sir.
So that this one will be a new breed that will come in. Before they will corrupt, at least they will be able to stabilize the security in the state. It will go a long way to help us to control security problem in the state. Thank you, Master, my brother.
Thank you very much.
George
yes,
from Origo.
All right. Good evening.
Hello, Mark. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Chief Solomon.
You see, security, state policing, is not necessary for me because we have so many of them creating state police. Instead of that, you see, we should work with all this man no war. We should develop man no war. Those days I used to hear about Boy Scouts. You see, now, if we are interested in forming a state policing, and you are not interested to join police and army, because police and army now, people are afraid of joining them, then is to go and form state police. How will it look like when you refuse joining the army? I mean, from man no war, Boy Scouts, they can be recruited into army in those days. You see, the capable ones, they used to recruit them through man no war and the Boy Scouts. So I would like government to develop man no war. When you develop man no war, use them. You can use them to secure secondary schools, any government school, them and the civil defense.
Thank you, sir.
And all these Boy Scouts.
Thank you, sir.
See, and also NSS should be the grassroots security.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Mr. Maswell.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, my dear. How are you doing today? People are talking about state police. It's a community police. Maswell, share what is on Horseback. Did you see the way Horseback is behaving? They behave as if they maltreat people as if they are not human beings. What is the need of creating more security? To secure who now? To secure who? I think if our government really behave well, all this security will become a the past. But because our government, the way they behave, they just want to use this budget to maltreat other people. That's the reason. That's for me alone.
Good evening.
Master, good evening.
Yes, please.
It's Harvest calling you from Gucci.
All right, sir.
As for my own business, I would think in a different way for this state police, because it's just like Agama mentioned Horseback. If you see the way Horseback behave in the chair here, when they bring them out, they were really going to settle family issues and taking it in a different form. I would have heard that if the government want to fight insecurity in the country, they should apply technology. They should use CCTV. Let it be compulsory now for any business that is up to 5 million naira to have a CCTV in the environment. And they can work from there with the police that we have now, from the army. If anything happens within that environment, they can use that to trace persons. So if every street and every road, no business, market, every place, as far as your business or your house is up to 5 million naira, you should have a CCTV within that street. That will help insecurity. And another one is that they should also create jobs. If they create job for the people that is taking arm, I think they will change their mentality. Their mentality is that because we are no more in this business is no more safe. They can now simply let me join and get one work or the other to do, so that they cannot create insecurity. So they should change their mentality, because other countries that they are traveling to, they are using all those CCTV, they are using the technology to fight crime. Why is it that our own they don't want to even go back there? They don't want to even touch it. A motor that is running on the way, they have camera to watch over even the road. So if the business open, the business shop and all the rest that have up to 5 million naira have CCTV, why are we fighting for insecurity and the rest of it if something happens to that place? Like in Borno, if they put security camera in the school, all these big schools, if anything happens to that school, where people not see them, where they pass through and where they are going, and to trace them and then get them arrested faster. What are they talking about insecurity? So whether they use police, community police or that. In fact, I'm very in doubt about community police, because that one will be the worst. They will perpetrate crime like no man business in the country.
Right. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. Maxwell, if you activate every level of policing, federal, state, local government, community in Nigeria brain cannot carry it. Nigeria is like an undergraduate student who sorted him or herself into the university and cannot carry the full load of courses in his or her studies, like a student in US who can carry along with all sorts of course load. Nigeria has failed as a country. All right, Emma. Thank you. Okay. All right, that's much We can take. Okay, let's take this. Good evening.
Welcome.
Yes, your last caller. Go ahead.
Yes, Master.
Go ahead. Good evening.
How are you?
Great.
Okay. I'm Coach Indy. I'm calling from.
All right. Hello.
Hello, Master. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You are talking about insecurity, state policing, and the
community policing.
Community policing. Yes, but I want to tell you for sure, Master, the government failed us. They are the cause of insecurity because they failed to do the needful to the masses. Master, there is an adage that said that somebody who don't have anything doing is a workshop of Satan, of devil. If you don't have anything doing, youth today, a lot of us wants to do something, but we don't see something to do. You know? So if somebody just sit down and not doing anything, nothing is coming out. The next thing is for him to think other sides of him getting something to put in the mouth. So if this government truly want to eradicate or to reduce insecurity, they should develop things. They should bring up something that youth will do so that we can be able to have something, on our tables. But if they like, they go to anywhere and recruit, and there is nothing that is being done for the youth, the insecurity will continue taking
All right,
place.
Coach Andy, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's much we can take. We'll go for this short break. Eyewitness Report comes up next. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked on Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Eyewitness reports, that's what it is. So let the calls flow in like water. Let the messages flow in. The things happening within your community, around your environment that you don't like or that you like, it is time to report. That's why it's called Eyewitness Report. So you are the reporter. Let us know what's going on, right? Good evening. 0810 9510 951. Send your messages to 0701 9339 962. Good evening. Welcome.
Sir, good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm Coach Indy.
All right, sir.
My eyewitness goes this way. This new flyover at Eneka here, that new road that is going direct to, that is connected to Ibeche Road, the new road there at Eneka flyover, along that Eneka flyover side. That was yesterday. These two guys, they robbed one guy that has food. The guy was just making call, and people said that these two guys normally use keke to attack people. As from 6 down, they are come at red keke. So I want to bring it to people that they should, anybody walking on that road should be very careful. They just came down and rushed this guy. And I thought it was maybe they were just joking. I didn't know that they were robbing this guy, and collected his phone. The guy was shouting, "Tifo, Tifo," before people could come out. I was somewhere watching. Before people could come out, they had already jumped, enter their keke, and move. So people should be careful in that road. That road is not safe for people. Then my second eyewitness is about Chokota Iboeche Road. Hello, Maswan.
Very clear. We can hear you.
So I'm begging the government, at least now we have entered dry season. They should help us now and walk that road for us. Because that road has caused a lot of damages. That you will have shop there, somebody will not come and rent it because of bad road. So I want to beg government of this governor, is a listening ear governor, let him help us in that particular area. Chokota, Iboeche Road to Umeblo. Let them help us, please, and remember that road for us. We have suffered a lot. People have suffered a lot. I even managed. I'm thinking of how my brothers there, how they are managing, how they are helping themselves, because that road is no. Maxwell, if you go that road during dry season, rainy season, you can never go that road again. Please let Governor Fubara help us, and let the local government chairman also help and do something. And these particular areas, I decided that has oil wells everywhere. The whole of that area I just mentioned, now they have oil wells, but I don't understand what is happening. So whatever that needed to be done, let them do, so that road will be dualized for people to enjoy like other communities. Thank you. Maswell.
Yes, good evening.
Hello, Mr. Maswell, Reginald.
Go ahead.
My own is just to still remind the local government chairman of the promise of wearing the two glass.
Reginald, your line is breaking terribly. Good evening.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Yes, please.
Yes, this is Tim.
Can you speak up, please?
Ma'am, please, I'm begging the governor to look at the great local government like Omadeni, people, Ozoha, and all the rest. For more than almost 11 years now, there is no light, and we have been begging begging. I feel let's use it to eat this Christmas. There is no light. He has been begging.
Can you speak up, sir?
Huh?
Speak up, sir, please.
Yes. For how many years now? There is no light. From 2015 up to date, we have been begging. Even when the former governor was on seat, we pleaded him, beg. No light. In Ikure local government, Ozonha, people, Omadeni, and some of the communities. For 11 years now, no network.
Thank you, sir. Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Hello, yeah, Maxwell.
From Majo.
Maxwell. You see that road? They are digging, they are doing what they are doing from Eleme Junction to Ibu Ichi to Chukuchu. I have said it for the opting time, even last year, when the governor or at emergency repair. I don't know whether that's what they're. In your eyewitness report that you went that area, you saw they are still scratching the whole of that road. Scratching as if they are scratching road to the farm. The governor needs to go there, or Ministry of Works need to go there and see what they are doing if that contract is given by the State government. If not, it will still end up what happened in the Akpajo Road, Eleme, that the governor said Choi, or the one he did in Abandele, it will still end up in that manner. This is River State where billions were frittered away in 6 months. If the road is attended to by River State government, let us realize that we will stop that cracking them there. This time in this area, that road is called it's clear. According to what according to make sure the transformer there, Port Harcourt Electricity Company are leaving the community to suffer. The transformer is bad, and the communities are struggling. They are paying their bills. The HEDC are paying a debt ear. The chairman of the local government area that has so many transformers in his office should deploy one transformer there, so that the people can have light. Light is another area where they don't have light. Before I drop, the caller to it before the last one concerning Igbo Junction, through Mebu to Oyibo, River State Governor, please come out of government house. Visit this area. People are talking. I have been shouting on that side talking. You see, I've been talking. Visit the area. Right now, in gold. Do you like that road? It will take River State nothing. From that Igbo Junction to Oyibo Express, it will not take more than 5-6 billion naira to do that road. Then again, from Ahoda Junction to Abua, you are promised to put it in your budget. Do overhead bridge or flyover in that junction to save lives. Thank you, Lord. Bless.
Thank you.
And president like me, farmer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. My eyewitness is about Rajatech Company, the company that was awarded the installation of solar street light at Igbogo Farm Road, Igbogo by NDDC. They should complete the installations. Only the bases are available, and it's been over 2 months. Please keep your calls coming in. Eyewitness reports, that's what it is. Good evening, welcome.
Hello?
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, good evening.
My name is Maxwell.
Okay, Maxwell, good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Max, I want to still bring to the knowledge of the public. I'm Daniel calling you from remaking. I have been talking about the activities of Rumuchi Light Committee. Nobody seems to talk, but it is not when people react. They say we send a high powerful delegation. Those involved will not be whatever. We can't be living as fools in a place that 3 people or 4 people will come out and claim that they bought transformer, and people are forcing people to pay about 90,000 to a POS operator. If you claim you bought it, where are the documents? You collected loan. You say you went to collect loan of about 35 million on behalf of more than 380 persons or 400 persons. Where are the documents that show that you collected loan for the transformer? No document. Now, okay, let us open a bank account. Landlord and whatever the landlord association trustee account. You refuse. You brought a POS attendant account number, and you are forcing people that you will cut their light and they will use 10,000 naira to reconnect it. We have been talking and people are quiet. 4 persons terrorizing the entire Unity area in the name of their light committee. They use their hand and remove people that oppose them. And people don't want to talk. We are waiting. They gave ultimatum on Sunday, ringing bell up, and that we are waiting for them to come and cut our light. Since nobody want to talk, when we react, God will bear us witness. At least Today FM will bear us witness that we have been talking about this evil thing that they are doing. They have collected over how much from us in the name of buying a month cable. No report on it, no left, no right on it. Now it's to force people to bring 35 million so that they will eat and their stomach will swell up.
Please don't use some certain words. You've made your point. Don't use some certain words on radio. All right. 0810 9510 951 0810 9510 951. Yes, good evening.
Maxwell, please.
Go ahead.
Service calling from Gucci.
Go ahead.
This dustbin that is on this bar road by Enemy Junction. The dustbin there, I don't know what is really happening there. The thing is so much smelling, and person cannot just stay there for a moment. It will be pouring speed. Those people that are in charge of evacuating those dustbin, they should go there now. If you pass there as you are coming from Oyibo side, by the right as you enter the first junction, in fact, they cannot stay there for a moment. Let those people that is in charge of that refuse removing, let them go and remove it because the place is too taken. That is my eyewitness report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Maxwell.
Sir?
Good evening, Maxwell.
Go ahead, sir. Good evening.
Maxwell, my eyewitness, I have a friend. His name is Comrade Desire. Okay? That guy has left me in shock this evening. He surprised me well. You understand? And for like no, because that was
can we leave that
no,
issue?
No. See, Maxwell, I'm not just listen to me. I'm not going to be derogatory. I'm not. But I wanted to find out. Before I sometimes, Maxwell, I think we should give room in this program for once in a while for banter. I mean, decent, intelligent banter. You understand? So that we can present ourselves. All this somebody talk, like I didn't say Nnamdi Kanu was jailed wrongly. I didn't say he was jailed rightly. I was just talking of some of his predictions, like especially insecurity, which is affecting everybody.
Let's do eyewitness report.
I wanted
Please.
to know, is it Nnamdi Kanu's name that triggered
Let
the
us do eyewitness report to... let's leave that matter.
Okay, bro.
Let's do eyewitness report.
Maxwell, well, I didn't go out today. I've been in the office this morning. I don't have any eyewitness report now. Thank you, but Maxwell, you're doing well. But I want to assure you that what you've been talking about concerning Sim Fubara, our governor, he will do well. You see that rice, you must eat them. That drink, enjoyment, you must get them this December. Max.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening. Welcome.
You don't get them already now.
Make it come first now. No, they need to do prophecy for rice and drink. Make the thing come.
Yes, it will come. Master, let's look at this insecurity. Insecurity, we, people like me, I move most of the time in the day and night. This insecurity, like your guest, okay, Gideon Smith is talking. And they want to create a state police, community police. Master, the problem is not creating the police. The security men, what are they? They're going to turn criminals again. It's a fact. Over time, we have stated not that they don't know what to do. To secure where there is property, it's just like an uncompleted building. I tell you, security to secure there. They go try the remaining materials where they there. Because no food, no work, they go on there. It's a fact. They should create jobs. The job is a problem. The factories you have are dilapidated. Some of the research institutes you were talking about science. Smith, sorry, sir. If you go back to one of the program in Kemenjema, the whole Institute for Research and Strategy has been on moribund. The government says they cannot fund it. People cannot be employed. So why do you must see insecurity? What humans now? What they do? The humans feed on humans. The only employment we have is humans kidnapping humans. Humans selling humans past. Let us be factual here. We don't need to hide things. And Nigerians have been employment to other Nigerians. Because if they kidnap you, they sell, they call for ransom. That is how the youth feed. Let us stop beating around the bush. There is no job, no school, no factory, no road, no way to go to farm, nothing. And that is the whole thing of the matter. But if they create this job, we don't need that state police for now. Create jobs, insecurity will drop. The normal police and other security will work. And then we will not create that community police. You must have something to secure. Thank you and God bless you. Welcome from Okrika.
Thank you. Okay, the calls coming in. Thank God Ability Atoibu says, Maxwell, greetings. Once again, my eyewitness is on VIO on our roads. What is the work of VIO, Road Safety and Nigeria Police? Big question. Good evening. Hello.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Good evening. Yeah, I'm Mr. Oliver calling from Dekema local.
Yes, please.
Tombia. Please, I want to beg Mr. Governor, that Trans-Calabari Road is not going to our way. They should remember us, let the road push us also. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Okay, Master. Good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Master. You see, my eyewitness is that I saw the Minister of Defense there saying that all these terrorists that are killing people, kidnapping people, that all of them, it's not all that are terrorists. So there are some persons that are doing kidnapping, killing people, that are not terrorists. You see this APC government, you see this government, they don't have human conscience. For a Minister of Defense to come out and tell the whole world that terrorists that are killing people, I have a video where they are using this rocket launcher. The head, they are using it to hit people that is alive. Just like the way they used to kill a dog. And you put dog inside bag and you kill it. You use stick and be hitting it. And that is how they tie these people, their hands on their back. And they started using that thing to hit them on their head. Boo-wah, boo-wah, like killing them like a dog, a common dog. Then a Minister of Defense of Federal Republic of Nigeria under APC administrator, where will now come as the administration will now come out and say that is not all that is terrorist. So somebody that will go and kidnap your fellow human being and demand for ransom of billion naira, millions, then you now come and defend them and say there is not all that are terrorists. No problem. My own is that you see, is telling me that this thing is not touching the big fish. Let's assume this thing is touching the big fish. When he's saying this thing, let's assume they are holding one of his sons. I will support him and say yes of the truth.
Thank you.
They are not terrorists. They are just good citizens of the country doing well. Yeah? So
Thank you,
I don't understand what you are doing, but this country, I don't know where we are going to. I want to comment. I was trying to call when you were talking about state policing too. I want to say something about this state policing.
No, we have left that conversation.
I don't know if you have moved on the road and see these unstacked people collecting money from keke people and bus drivers and everybody, most especially in the evening. If you don't want to pay them, they do it even with force.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sometimes our problem is not by state policing or federal policing, because all these people, they are coming to work for their pockets. Unless the thing that government will do to stop all these things, one, increase the police officers their salary to stand at, I think, minimum of 500,000. The least constable, I'm waiting for 500,000. Then anybody that you catch that is doing any illegal thing, you dismiss the person immediately and jail the person, send the person to prison, let him go and serve. That is just the way out for this thing. And give the citizens job. Let us have job to do and make money and feed our family.
Thank you.
Crime will reduce.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Maxwell, good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm Coach Andy. I just called back, Maxwell. Please permit me to talk about the issue of land grabbing in the chain, because it's a shocking to me that my own childhood friend that we grew up together, we attended primary school together, even secondary, that is dead as I speak to you now in Ikwerengwe chain. Umoke precisely in Ochiri by name. When I saw it, I shocked at what is really happening. And this thing happened not, I think that was last 2 weeks that they burned some people's house in the Ibeche. Even killed some people as well. Some of the land grabbers, they are exiled. Now, currently as I speak to you, yesterday, this my childhood friend in Ochiri, in Umoke, Ikwerengwe, is currently dead as I'm talking to you. And they said that this is the number one land grabber there. That he is the chairman, he's in charge. So I want to beg the government to come into, before the youth will die finish, youth are dying, things are currently happening within this area I just mentioned now. Let the government, let the chairman of the state come in and stop this land grabbing of a thing before the thing will reach another level that people will no longer live in those communities that I just called now. Even my own little land that I work hard to buy, they are grabbing it, have blood, they grab it. And the one that grabbed it is one of even the chief there. Is the one that helped. They are the ones grabbing it. They grabbed my land. The little land I managed to have blood. Have for not even food. That I know the kind of sweat that come out of me when I walk before I could buy the car. They have grabbed it all together. And that one I cannot even go and stand at their house because they have grabbed all the whole people own. Plenty. So is it on my own that I will come out and shout? I come and leave it for God. So let the government come in, because a lot of things are happening in this area. These ones are the one I'm just reporting. What about the one that they are not yet to report? So let the government come in before it's getting out of hand. It's already getting out of hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. This is what I said.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Master.
Yes, please.
Good evening, sir. I want to talk about the police recruitment. I just want to know, if the Nigerian government is recruiting new police officers now, is it still not the old ones they are going to give these new ones to handle? So, which I know too well that Nigerian police has already been corrupt to the extent that if you recruit you have a new recruitment and give to them, they will still corrupt the new ones. So, they should use the old police to fight the corruption, because when the new ones are being recruited, the old ones will still corrupt them. So Nigerian police has already been corrupted. Is there any law that will guide them of this corruption? That they can now, maybe the House of Senate will say, if any police officer is being found guilty of whatever maybe offense, he will be arrested or he will face the warrant. There is no law like that, because they are their names. So Nigerian police has already been corrupted to the extent that there is no way we can manage the Nigerian police.
Not everybody is corrupt there.
I know that, but majority.
You can't say majority. You can say some.
It's majority, sir, because we have been seeing something. It's majority, sir.
Thank you.
Majority.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Master.
Yes, please.
I like your work and the work you are doing. You make sure everybody should know in right, and you make sure everybody should know where you come from, and you do, and people know good and bad. But Mr. Master, I'm calling you now. If you go to Kwawa, you go to Kono, you go to Dani, you go to what we call Bar, the home of the current local government chairman. If you go to that place, you will not see anything like light. Hello?
I hear you, sir.
You will not see anything like light in Kana local government. Even in the corner, even in the home of Kensarewa, no light, no road, nothing. Even the school, if you go to get one school, they call it Maria High School. If you go to that place now, if you see the big tree where they are like, they will take timber to cut the tree where they inside the school. And at the school where you don't produce senior women in Ghana. But if you go to that school, nothing you can even talk. You will cry. I'm begging the local government chairman. I'm begging the NDDC. I'm begging the current our governor, the same constituency. There will nothing like a light, nothing like any government DC we see in that place. I'm begging. Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Go ahead, sir. We're listening.
I'm begging for Ghana. If you go, you need to go there. You need to go and see it by your eye. I tell you, since 1999, most of the villages, they have been commode their transformers and sell it with
Thank you very much, sir.
I beg, Maxwell. I'm begging for Ghana. No
Thank
light.
you, sir. Thank you.
I'm
Noted.
begging. No, let them find something to eat.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Max.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening to you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Max, was it yesterday our governor mentioned the issue of the primary and the secondary school. Everybody know that the primary side belongs to the local government. And he said that he can also support to put the primary school in order. But Max, I'm calling on the state governor now to remember the only secondary school we have in Iweche, to help at least to put the modern school in that place. That school have helped a lot of people. Should put modern school in this secondary school I'm talking about. The Max, our primary school, you know, with the field where we normally play ball, a very wide field where we normally play ball, they now went and built this modern school. Max, they live at for Linter level. Right from Amechi's time, our former governor, till this time. Now the community boards cannot play ball. Max, if you want to play ball in this my own area now, Max, we got to go to the junction side, being where you and the man go flex that day. We have to go to the secondary school to play ball. They use that school to occupy the field we have. Finish the school, no way. We will remove it for us when we play our ball, no way. Our road, no way. Please, my governor, if you want to do budget for Nature 2026, remember Chokota, state school, Chokota, remember that school. Remember the secondary school, Igbo secondary school, please remember that place. Please, the major one, don't forget our road. Because all these school them, the student cannot access the road to the school. I told you last time they normally wear rain boots. Those where their parents get money to buy rain boots. So if your parents don't have money to buy rain boots, you have to put your sandals inside your bag. Now wear petrol slippers. You will make sure that you buy like 2 pure waters, which you will use to wash your leg when you get to school. And you will not wear your school uniform. You will not look for nearby bush there to change your, because the nature of the road will stain your clothes. Please, our governor, this road is important to us. The school is also important to us. Help people of Chokota, you couldn't go make Blue Road. God bless you, Max, for your good work.
Thank you, sir. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Ogamaswe.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'll come and check on for the moment. Ogamaswe, there's something I discovered today when my friend just go and get some certain things. There is a dump, a former dump, which is between Elozu and Elekalik Road by your right. So that place is just like something else. So I don't know if those grabbers, land grabbers, they should go and grab the out, because you can't. That place is just on its own. They should go and look into. But I want to ask Ogama, say that place, is that how it will be for years to come and years to go and come? No one will attend to it, because that place look like that's what is there. And I don't think it will take 20 years for it to go out. So those land grabbers now, they should look into it and see what if they can manage there and do one or two things. Because it looks like nobody is going to grab that land though. So anyone that is interested should go look into it and see if he or she can manage it. Thank you very much, Ogama. Good night.
You. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, good evening. Go ahead. Can you speak up, sir? Hello, can you speak up?
I'm calling from roommate. My name is Jesus.
All right.
Okay. About this, our transformer. That will be affecting. For me, they say I pay 100,000. Then from the 100,000, they come back again saying 120,000. Come pay the 100,000 first. Remain the 20,000. I go on the emergency transfer. The day when I come back, a day before that, a day after that day, they say they are done offense. They what I go pay 240,000. Okay, I pay this 240,000. They say they cut the light. They go pay another 10,000, which is 250,000 my day. Since that time when they collect this money, get other people to where they collect money from like that. For them to come do account, they no one do account. Call meeting, they no one call meeting. Every day, then they say light they spot, fuse they cut. That one is number one. Another one again, for this room again, this health center road, for VIP. I don't know whether or not the problem where this room people they cause, when the government do not want to remember this time. this health center will come out FM. The other that they come out, one woman carry her daughter where they go immunization. The woman and the Okada fall inside the water there for this room actually, for this health center. So I beg, if you get anything, you know, fit for you all this side. You know, come help us, I beg. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Max, good evening. Please, our bad road at Omocholu Farm Road, Alo needs attention. The state government, NDDC, Korea local government should help enable Ewule. State school Edoha in Ahoda East LJ was built by Rotimi Amechi, was not completed with no single roofing sheet. The environment is bushy. The government should do the needful. Engineer Godwin Happy. Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Maxwell, good evening.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Please, my eyewitness report. Just to do with Africa Bar Street. My name is Wegu Temple from Bodo, Alo. Oga Maxwell, you need to see this road I'm talking about now. The roads, to the extent that the moment it rains, all the bike in Alo will not agree to go to that street. All the vehicles, car owners on that street, all of them has car issues due to the level of road dilapidation. Leg will not fit see where we go fit pass. NDDC came and they said they have awarded the road for us. We are all happy. We started praying. They came and measured the road, measured the street to come and dualize. Though it was rainy time, we are thinking maybe during dry season they will come. Dry season has started since, so we are not hearing anything. We've not seen anything till now. But should in case they fail to fix that road by next year rainy season, I don't think anybody can, even leg cannot pass. Because the road has deepened so much that cars can never even pass. So please, we are begging NDDC, let them come and fix the road for us. Because we are part of Niger Delta now. We did not come our own different. Let them come so that we can feel the impact of NDDC here in this community, in Border Alo. My name is Wegu Temple. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Mr.
Yes,
Maxwell. Matthias calling from Noah.
All right.
Yeah, my eye weakness is that yesterday night, while I was sleeping, around 2 a.m., my phone vibrates. So I check on my phone. My bank deducted 350 naira out of my money in my account. I don't know. I have been complaining about all this stuff, but they are not stopping. Next time I see this, I will shout the name of the bank on air. That's what I will do. That's my eyewitness. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. Please don't share their name on air.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Maxwell.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My own eyewitness report. I'm just looking at the picture of Goodluck Jonathan when he was on seat. I can see the stress on his face with his hair. Everywhere was white. But this present president, I think he's not stressed to Nigeria. The stress of this country is not disturbing him. Hello? So I'm asking now, I don't know if you're seeing the stress on him. Like, he's not looking stressed at all. So how are we going to call his attention? Pardon?
Thank you. Thank you. All right. The road construction at Ndele is substandard. The company should try. Austin. Ndele where? Good evening, Lucky Maxwell. I'm Onyi from Umebulu 4. Please, the road from Express Uibu to location Road, Shell location 15 and Umebulu 4. There's no road. All right, says we need help. Thank you. Thank you for your message. Okay, let me rush this.
Hello, Mr. Well, my name is Reginald from Chokocho. Mr. Maxwell, I want to use this medium now to remind the local government chairman, Honorable Boniface Chairman Joko, of his promises of grading all the internal roads within a chain. And I am happy that he has acquired 2 grading machines for that purpose. Now that we are almost at the dry season, let him commence in earnest so that by the next rainy season, people will not suffer the way we suffer this year. Mr. Maxwell, my Chokocho Umechem pipeline road that I have been complaining all this while, I think this is an opportunity for him to include it during grading. And that will not also stop the governor from putting attention on that Chokocho Umechem pipeline road so that by the next year budget, I'm sure that that road will be contained in the River State budget. And finally, Mr. Maxwell, the NDDC solar system is not also in Chokocho, and it is part of our own share that NDDC Tony Okocha should also remember us here to give us this light up NDDC solar panel in my community. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell, Reginald.
All right. Do I think that's much we can take? Yes, of course, because we're out of time. We're really out of time. Follow me on Facebook, LUCKYMAXWELL. That's on Facebook. On X, formerly Twitter, at LuckyMax234, one word. On Instagram, at LuckyMaximum1. Thank you very much for being a part of the broadcast this evening. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
at all. Check and balance. Waiting for account balance. Make a man reason life no balance at all. We all finding balance. One man's food is another man's poison. More reason why I could do my thing. Always originality in my jeans. My reality in my jeans. My face looking for
medicine wey dey produce strong correct medicine dem take dey support we country healthcare system. Countryman, correct gbekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine dem wey no dey come out for public anyhow like a big masquerade. Full ground as every Christmas sabi boundary. Sickness sef sabi medicine wey pass am. After all, monkey smart na because tree near tree inside forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now we you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Our topic of discussion is infertility, and I have with me in the studio Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Infertility is seen in couples whenever a man and a woman is able to stay together for at least 1 year, which is equal to 12 months, without being able to get pregnancy so that they can get fruit of the womb. It is of two types. We have primary infertility, and the second one is called secondary infertility. Primary infertility is seen when a man and a woman have stayed together for at least a year and they are unable to conceive. But in secondary infertility, a man and a woman have been able to have issues or to have even only one, but they intend to get more, which is not forthcoming. That is secondary infertility. So whenever there is infertility, it is very important for the two to join hands together and go for investigations. What makes a man the father of any child is the quality of the semen coming from the man. That a man is able to perform doesn't make him the father of any child. What is coming from a man is gotten from the testicles. In some men, the number of sperm cells can drop, a situation that we call oligospermia. In some, the cells may not even be there at all, a situation that is called azoospermia. Some men do experience a situation where what is coming from them is nothing but only water. All the qualities are not there. There are many factors that can make a man to come under these conditions, part of which is drug abuse. There are some medications that some men do take that are spermicidal. That is, they are killers of the cells that makes a man the father of any child. Not only this, it is possible when a man is exposed to very high temperature, particularly the private parts, for the cells to die or get weakened. And that is why the nature in his species did not put the testicles inside our abdomen, because the process of spermatogenesis does not require very high temperature. That is why they are kept in the sac under there, so that the temperature can be a mild one. Not only this, infections that men have suffered from, whether in the past or in the recent, can also destroy all the cells. Even some before their puberty, if they suffer from mumps infection, a viral infection, it can destroy all the tissues that are supposed to produce the cells. Some do suffer from sexually transmitted infections that have been able to get deep into the testicles and destroy all the cells. At times, hormonal imbalance can also affect the quality of semen a man produces. All this can make the man to be the cause of infertility in his family. In women, it is possible for challenges to also result from infection. Infections that are poorly treated in women can make a woman to suffer from serious lower abdominal pains, which can spread upward and tend to block the fallopian tube. In some women, drug abuse can be the challenge. Some women, without even having any issue, they take to lifestyle of taking contraceptives, pills, or injections that they use to prevent pregnancy without having any issue. And these can cause hormonal imbalance and disrupt all their fertility profile to the extent that when the time comes that they have the desire for this, they may not be able to get it. Not only this, some have done repeated abortions that perforate the uterus, or the uterus has been destroyed, or the layers are not complete again. Under that condition, when a woman conceives, in less than 8 weeks, it will drop. Some have fibroids, a mass growing inside the lumen of the uterus that is not giving enough space for pregnancy to grow to maturity. And that's why we say, under this condition, we have to first agree on how to get out of the challenge. And how do one get out of challenge? It is by visiting a competent healthcare giver who will be able to do investigations and know what the root cause of the problem is. It may be from man, it may be from the woman of the house, and at times it can be from both of them. But once the root cause of the challenge is determined, the way out will not be far-fetched. Anytime there is infertility in families, we do advise that mutual understanding is very important. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special end-of-the-year promo package. This end-of-the-year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is High Life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. Here.
Every woman. The season where every girl one
A lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
And let's have a conversation. Welcome to the Thrill on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Rona Agbara. You see that first song I played, the 1 December. We're already in December, so I had to play that one because with December comes a lot of activities, a lot of many things goes on in December, and I just wanted to stir up your spirit a bit. That's why I played that song over December. All right, there's a commercial for 9:54, so we'll have to wrap up before 10. So we're not going to be the thrill is not going to be on till 10 p.m. We have to wrap up by 9:54. So I just want to go straight into what we're talking about, so I'll have time to take calls, and your calls can come in quickly, and your text messages as well. Right now, the Senate, they're considering a bill. Now, the bill is in consideration. It's not been passed yet, right? They're considering a bill to establish a nationwide toll-free number. That's what I'm saying, toll-free number. As how? Now, you have to listen to understand what this bill is about. Now, the Nigerian Senate is considering a bill to establish a uniform toll-free national emergency number. So the toll-free number is an emergency number, but one number nationwide, right? One emergency number that will be a national number. So whatever part of the country you are in or at, whatever state you are, you can dial that number and get a response. It will be like a helpline that wherever you are in this part of the country, any state whatsoever, and you need to dial an emergency number for maybe a life-threatening situation or an emergency situation, that number will be accessible and, will go through. That's the bill they are considering to pass. Now, the number is for citizens across the country, aimed at strengthening the country's emergency response architecture. One national number, not different numbers. We already have a call line, a number that 112. Yeah, 112. But now they're trying to make sure that it's just one number, not every state having their numbers. Lagos State, they have an emergency number for fire service, an emergency number for domestic violence, an emergency number to call for child abuse, for kidnappings, for, fire outbreak. All of these numbers are different numbers. And sometimes it's confusing because not a lot of persons know these numbers. So if we have one national number that is very easy to remember, and wherever you are in the country, you can dial that number and get a response, an emergency response, it would be a good one, right, for our security issues and the insecurity we're dealing with, right? Now, the proposed legislation is titled A Bill for an Act to Establish the National Emergency Toll-Free Service, NETS, to provide uniform, accessible, and rapid emergency response through a dedicated toll-free number nationwide. Now, the essence of this number that they're trying to propose, or this bill, is to ensure that wherever you are, you can access this number. You will get rapid response for emergency situations, and it will be a unified one number for all. Just the way telecommunications, they did now that you use one code to recharge. Whether you are using the yellow network, you're using the green network, you're using the red network, you use one code that is very easy and accessible. So this is like something like that, but for emergency response. This is to empower the Nigerian Communication Commission, NCC, as the regulator and for related matters. Now, leading to the debate on the second reading, it has passed first reading, second reading now. The sponsor, Senator Musa Yaradua, explained that the proposed law, the reason for it, it will harmonize Nigeria's numerous emergency numbers into one easily memorable 3-digit number. So the essence is it will be, it's likely going to be a 3-digit number that everyone can remember. And it will be easily memorable, something that you don't have to rack your brain to think or remember. And it will harmonize, all these numerous numbers that, this state, if you want to call emergency for child abuse, you have to dial this. You don't have to start thinking about all the numerous numbers, right? We have 112 as an emergency response number. Now, it could either be that, they could either make 112 the unified number, a in all of the states, that's the number that you go to, or there could be an alternative number that will be agreed upon. They can decide to use any other number that will be agreed upon. He also noted that emergency numbers are a global thing. I mean, in the UK, there's an emergency number where you dial 999, you know that you're dialing an emergency number and you're sure to get response for that situation. We also know that in the US, 911 is already an established number for emergency. So if you're dialing 911 in the US, you are sure to get response. You're sure to get help in life-threatening situations. You know you will definitely get a response. You definitely get help. So in the midst of all of these, our insecurity and all of these kidnappings and assaults and fire outbreak, don't you think we need an emergency response line that is accessible, that is sure to get help, that is sure to provide help, rather, that is sure to come to your aid if it is really an emergency situation? Now, he says that with this number, if this bill is passed, whereby we have a unified emergency number, it would help to save countless lives, because there has been, there are times where maybe a situation could have been avoided. Maybe a tragedy could have been avoided if there were emergency responses, or if there were helplines that could have come to the aid of those people, or for that situation, that those tragedy could have been avoided. So if we have that, don't you think that it will save countless lives, and it will make it simple to access help in life-threatening situations? Say there's a fire outbreak now, you don't have to start racking your brain. Oh, which number should we call for fire service in this state? Oh, I think in the state I was in before, this is the number they used to call, but I don't know the number they call now in this. You don't have to go through all of that, because while you're trying to think about all of that, the damage is already going on. So if it's a number that everybody knows, a 3-digit number that is very easy to remember, and you know that whenever you dial that number, you get a response, a lot of lives will be saved from certain situations or tragedy. However, he also said that Nigeria currently operates multiple helplines. Just like I said earlier, most states have call lines for emergency in their various states. Now, we already know that we currently operate multiple helplines across the states. They have helpline for police, helpline for fire service, ambulance services, domestic violence, child abuse, disaster response agencies. There are a lot of call lines, there are a lot of helplines, but not so many persons even remember those ones. He also mentioned how that in Lagos, there are several toll-free emergency numbers. There are several emergency numbers in Lagos State. He also said something about it's been confusing, how that it's confusing sometimes for citizens, Nigerians, to remember that in situations where you really need help, you cannot even start thinking, because, at that point, you just need emergency response to the situation going on. He also said, he explained that the Senator Yaradua explained that this toll-free number would ensure that calls and text messages are sent to the national emergency number automatically route to the nearest operational emergency response center. So that means if you're dialing the number, if this bill is now passed and it's official, let's say you're in River State and it's an emergency, maybe an emergency for a fire service, and let's say the number has been agreed upon to be 211. If you dial 211 because you have an emergency for fire outbreak, it will automatically link it to the nearest operational emergency response center in River State, because it is a national one already. So if you dial 211 and you're in River State, the nearest emergency response center in River State will get that call, because it's a national thing. Every state would have nearest emergency response center to answer to it. If you're in a Edo State and you dial 211, for example, that's the number agreed upon, and say it's an emergency of, say, domestic violence or a disaster, and you dial that number, bear in mind, or you send a text to that number, bear in mind that it's already a national emergency number. It will automatically link you to the nearest operational center in Edo State. So that's the whole idea of the toll-free number, a national toll-free number. He also said something about leveraging the fact that nearly 90% of Nigerians use mobile phones, so it will be very accessible to all Nigerians. There's hardly 90% of us, we use mobile phones. It might not really be a smartphone. Even a small phone, it will be accessible too. So you can just dial the number with your small phones or your smartphones, and you definitely get response. That is the idea, right? He also emphasized that one of the biggest challenges contributing to Nigeria's worsening insecurity was the lack of coordinated and effective communication system between citizens and security agencies. Of course, we've had situations, just like I said, that some tragedies could have been avoided if there were effective, communication between the citizen and a security agency. Say it's a robbery case and you want to dial emergency number for the police. If you can't even remember the one that is being used in the state, if we have a unified emergency toll, number, helpline, and you dial the number at a go, and it links it to the emergency service center in that state or in that area, and they come right on time, a lot of deaths will be avoided. A lot of robbery, killings, kidnappings, abuse, disasters can be avoided. He also said that we'll be enhancing our security architecture, and it will contribute significantly to solving criminalities affecting our country. Now, these are the reasons, and these are this is what is in view if this bill is passed into law. It will urge rapid passage and implementation. He also said security agencies would encourage citizens to report suspicious activities. Yes, we always hear report suspicious activities in your area to this number, to that number. If there's a 3-digit number that's memorable and easy to access, people will have the courage or will be encouraged to report suspicious activities, knowing that when I dial this number, let's say it's 211, I'll get response and they will act very fast. So you will not have to say, oh, something is going on. Who do I report to? How do I get agencies to come and handle it? The government will also need to provide simple and accessible and obstruction-free avenue for such reports. So the numbers, apart from the fact that, they want to pass it to the bill to a law, it should be a number that would always deliver. I mean, everyone will want a number that when you dial, they give you quick response, they speed into action, they get into action, and they get the job done. That way, a lot of citizens will have the confidence that, this helpline is really helping and is really, an emergency line for all of us. The bill gives muscular expression to the need for general public to report what they see. A dedicated toll-free national line would eliminate barriers created by current multiplicity of emergency numbers. We'll no longer have multiple emergency numbers. If you do not remember them, there'll be a problem. That will also solve that issue. Going forward, the Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Barau, who presided over the session, thanks the sponsor and contributors, commending the initiative as one that would truly help the people of the country once it is implemented. The bill was hereafter referred to the Senate Committee on Communications for further legislative action to report back within 4 weeks. So that's like the whole, how would you react, or what do you think about this bill? Let's say it's passed into law. What do you think about it? Having a unified emergency number, accessible, memorable, quick to respond. You just dial, let's say 211, you just dial 211 or whatever number they decide to agree, but it will likely be a 3-digit number, just like 911 emergency, and they are responding to you, and it's linking to the emergency center in your state, and they're coming to your aid. What do you think about it? Do you think it will save countless lives, especially in this insecurity situation that we're at? It will save a lot of lives, and it will make it simple to access help in real life situations, not just, real life situations, life-threatening situations. What do you think about it? All right, you have to call me up on 0810 9510 951. That is the number to call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please, welcome.
Is it Rona?
Yes, this is Rona.
I will ask you one question before I proceed.
All right, go ahead.
Is there any representative that have not received an emergency call telling them that the situation in the northeast in their community, that people are coming to rampage them, and they have the Inspector General's number? Did they call him, telling him to move immediately into action?
That's the phone number of the Inspector General?
Yes. Is there any of them that doesn't have the number? Is there any of them that doesn't have the DSS chief number? Can they tell me to their face that they have not gotten any emergency call within the Northeast saying, please, tonight we got a thief that is going to hurt here?
But that okay. Now I'm not trying to.
Let me tell you. When you lack the apparatus to respond to emergency, there is nothing you can do.
So you don't think that this idea of having a very simple number that they can
keep Nigerians busy.
All right.
The military is telling you that they lack equipment.
Right.
They don't have motor. You on a norm says you Runa walk into a police station very close to you and tell them that look, there's an emergency. They will tell you they don't have fuel. Their motor tire is burst. So see, you first of before you begin to bring an idea, you first of all look at those things that makes that idea work with immediate effect.
But yeah, so it's a bill that is to be passed. Don't you think before they eventually pass it?
That bill cannot work.
All right, thank you. Got your thoughts.
The necessary equipment to make the bill function.
Okay.
You lack the equipment. You lack the manpower. The financial power to make things work, you lack. You have bad roads. You don't have good communication network. So how does it work?
All right.
Runa,
thank you.
Let them be realistic that this country will move forward. Thank you and God.
Thank you. Got your thought already. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. Runa.
Yes, please. Yes, this is she.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Honorable Chris Okris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
Assuming that I'm staying at Umebule 2 or Ilom Road. Do you know where the Ilom Road in Woji?
I know Woji. I don't know if I know that road particularly.
There is some road there. Before you pass, Keke will stop. You come down and use leg across. At times, when they come back from work, I normally see them. Two men who lift the Keke to the other side. Or some people will carry the other people. When they reach the other side, they drop.
All right.
And other people will continue.
Okay.
So, which of the road now, those emergency police, and are they going to fly for up? Where are they? Which of the road are they coming from? Put some of the things in order. Emergency, which of the emergency?
All right. Got your thoughts. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, Radio Senate President 10 billion.
All right, go ahead, please. All right.
For me, I don't think what they said get any meaning. Because my sister, you agree with me, they come with different things. NIN, this, that. They block my two lines. You know, I should go and register, I should go do things. Terrorists are still ruling the country here and there. So to me, the security is very corrupt, most especially whether police or what.
All right.
It will not get any meaning. Yes.
Okay.
They're under APC, Nigeria are failed. We are in the first state, that's the truth. So they should find help from outside the country,
right.
America to be precise. Yes.
All right, thank you. Got your thoughts. Hello, good evening.
My pleasure to finish you. Are you aware that some of our stations, they lock them with key? Before they go look for key, here I tattoo, keep them open the gate, police station. I'm Rob, I never rob finish.
All right, you already shared your thoughts already. Let me take more calls, but thank you. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, this is
All right, go ahead, please.
See how funny it sounds. My sister, see, forget that thing where they do there, so you know go work for here. See, you know, don't say you don't really allow that last guy, they can tell you what you're supposed to tell you. You they call emergency number, say that they rob. Should they go connect you, go police station? Police station go ask you, say, give us money for fuel. You where they call help. Now, Nigeria be this now. Give us money to state your comment. Yeah.
All right.
You know the man what they call Andrew Ajayi? Go find that man, ask him. That man will they preach to you about character reformation. The character of Nigeria is not bright enough to accommodate such.
All right.
Except we have a proper reorientation. These are the words of that same man, Andrew Ajayi.
All right, thank you.
So that.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Evening, Rona.
Yes, please.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Rona, see, I don't even know why we are burdening ourselves as a nation.
Okay.
Talk about security code and all that. Are you telling me Nigeria don't have technology to track those criminals, not Bukara and all that? We have all it takes, everything. Okay, now let me give you one scenario. Look at that boy that said on X, he go that they arrest. How did they trace him? How did they trace him? Now take your mind back to other politicians that if they want to arrest, it will take them 1 second to detect to trace you. It is just because what is eating the beans is inside the beans.
So having a national toll-free number is not the way to go.
That is another way to score. They want to exploit money that they want to use for elections. That is just the truth.
All right.
They're looking for money for elections. So it's no point, no need for that. We have all it takes. So we have technology now. We have all those NIN, BBN, all those can track. Is it not okay? On TikTok, did you not see those book around on TikTok when they video everything and they show? Did you not watch it? They can't Nigeria to track those people. Did you not have NIN? How did they find the rental line? It's network they use to communicate. They have SIM card that they communicate. How did they get the SIM card? And they say, now you and I cannot register SIM card without NIN. Can you register your SIM card without NIN?
No.
So how did those people get those SIM cards?
All right, thank you. Got your thoughts already. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Rona.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, Matthias calling from Noah.
Okay.
Yeah, Rona, are you aware of that the bandits are on TikTok? They are also on WhatsApp. So all those...
They're on WhatsApp. They've texted you on WhatsApp. Has anyone sent you a message on WhatsApp?
That is the truth, my sister. They are on TikTok. All the platforms they are on.
Oh my God.
So with all those things, they cannot see where these boys is. Rona, today, my boss called me to go and get something for him. So when I get there, I was supposed to call him to ask him some 1 or 2 things. What more that was seen on his phone when I called him was Elijah, truck driver. And this is SIM card I bought from the store and registered with my own.
So the call was forwarded to another person?
I don't just know.
Okay.
Way in. This one don't tire me.
All right. Got your thoughts already. Thanks for your opinion. Hello? 08109510951. What's your opinion on having a unified national toll-free number where you can call for emergency whatever part of the state you are, you can call and then it directs you to the emergency center in that area. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Rona, good evening.
Yes, please. Good evening.
This is Chief Solomon.
All right, go ahead, please.
It's good to have an emergency number. Already we have emergency.
Yeah.
Number. We have SPDC. We have AGIF, Obiakpo. You see, so all those things is just for them to continue, analyzing the numbers for those like me. I have those numbers.
The idea is to make it one number, all of the nation. Everybody uses one number. To no longer be, this is for this is for that.
Before then, they should popular this one. They should make this one first popular while they are reasoning on that.
All right,
it's good like that.
Okay.
Then what I want to tell again is, like in Obogoro now, if maybe supposing fire incident now, even if I call them, how will they pass? We don't have road. The ring road everywhere is so scattered. So
that's another angle.
Government,
yeah.
If they should make available our roads available for emergencies, because if you are carrying emergency, somebody have an accident, you are rushing them to hospital, and there is no road, the person will die on the road, and within that is the government becomes the blame.
All right, thank you. Got it. All right, thank you. Got your thoughts already. 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Nuna.
Yes, please. Welcome.
My name is Wisna. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it is possible. There's something that we cannot do.
Okay.
Because before these things are copied, I know that before now, we used to have, is it 122?
Yeah.
It's been existing. But you see, the problem with us is the willpower, the sincerity of heart, and then the intention. What the government have in mind.
All right.
I remember the time of Jonathan, when Boko Haram struck Abuja, they bought CCTV that we mounted all over Abuja at least. Is it not painful that Nigeria, as they state, cannot have both of one state where there's CCTV all over? These things we copy from foreign land, and it happens, it works. But our own, no willpower, no honestly, no sincerity of heart. I have been in a place where there's fire burning. We called fire brigade, they could not pick their calls. They could not pick their calls. So what we want you to do, where we don't want to help ourselves, the people that are working are not honestly working. The government is not actually being honest. They make their budget, they use money for nothing, and that sector will be dying. So we have good and fine plans, but execution is the problem, no willpower.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. 0810-9510951. That is number to call to be a part of the conversation. If you want to send a text message or a WhatsApp message, please do that to 0701-933-9962. Let's take some WhatsApp messages. Greetings, Rona. This will not see the light of the day, reason being that there will always be excuse of no fuel and logistics or even vehicle to solve the issues on ground. The problem is not to make the bill, but it is executing it. I beg, make them no tell us this bobo juice again. No. We Nigerians have taken a lot from them because I dey vex here and came from Port Harcourt. Kim no vex, oh. Sorry, no vex. Says, good evening to you, Lady Rona. I am Ebere of Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. To call the emergency number is not the problem. The main issue is that will the help come fast at the right time without giving an excuse of no fuel or no water, no bullets inside the gun. God help us all. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Rona. This chief, I call again. You know, we have 112 as emergency.
Yes.
We have 112. So I believe all those things are all in existence, but the only thing is road. We don't have road. You see, so
but we don't have one number that every state uses. So the idea is to have that they're trying to make sure that they either make that one the permanent one or get an alternative number.
But what is the 112 all about?
Yeah, it's also an emergency number.
That is the popular. That is general emergency number. Whether fire service or any accident at all. The only thing is that I don't know if you are placed, if you are a worker in any of those departments and anything you are lacking, you have to report to the government, because most of us we only rely on our salary. Just rely on a salary. Most of the time, we even call the number. When they call, we just pretend. We begin to blame government in everything, while you that is working there is taking advantage to make everything arrogant just because they have given the privilege of to be on, begin to exaggerate, create an arrogance on your duty. So we shouldn't blame government in everything. We should also help the government. All those things government has placed it there. The 112 is there. You see, so what I'm blaming government now is road.
Okay.
Road. They should give us good road.
All right. Thank you. 0810-951-0951. That right there is a number to call to be a part of the conversation. Call me up and tell me what you think about this bill of having a national toll-free number that you can call from whatever state you're in, and then it links it or it directs it to the emergency response center in that state to get help, accessible help for life-threatening situations. So whether it's fire service, whether it's the police, whether it's an emergency for domestic violence, child abuse, a disaster, whatever it is that requires an emergency or it's a life-threatening situation, the Senate are proposing to pass a bill that would have one unified number. It could still remain the 112, or it could be another number that is agreed upon. If they decide a number and make it official, then it becomes, they circulate it and everyone knows this is the emergency number. So if you're in Kano, you're in Edo State, you're in Rivers State, you're in Delta State, wherever you are, if you call this number, it links it to the emergency response center in that state to get help. What do you think about that? I also asked the question, do you think that this would be, it will save lives in life-threatening situations? It would help our security architecture. It will help our security it will boost our security and security measures. Do you also think that it's maybe a way to also curb insecurity? Say there's a robbery going on and this is the number, you call or you dial the number and then you get response and they send agencies are supposed to help, combat that robbery and people are saved. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Rona.
Yes, please.
Just to contribute to the conversation.
All right.
I don't see any need. Okay, sorry, my name is Ike from Igrita.
All right, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah. If this is true and they are serious, the lawmakers and whatever they are.
Yeah.
Do they need
My good people of River State, I welcome una to this program where Champion Herbal for Men don't package for una. Today we get guests for the studio.
We be the chief consultant for Champions Herbal for Men.
She there to follow us yarn on the better things where root and herb they do for man. But before I go enter that side, I won't let una know say Champions Herbal don lap for Pitakwa and their office dey for 62 Ikwere Road, my 2 Dio Port Harcourt, Egede Junction. Or better still, if you take bus to Emenike Junction and then bring us for our phone number wey be 0816 920 2525. I will call am again 0816 920 2525. Now to our guest today inside the studio with us, I greet you specially.
I greet all my people for River State. Now maybe Chief Consultant for Champion Herbal for Men.
So make I ask the Chief Consultant for Champions Herbal for Men, what do you get for the people where they listen to you right now as you dey talk?
We dey only manage one problem, and that problem na erectile dysfunction. No worry, I go explain am. What did this one mean na say, as a man, you no fit to perform your manly duty. You no fit do duty as senior man. Before, you dey do up to 5 to 7 push-up, but now, you no even fit to do one complete. You do press-up, yeah, you don tire. Your madam sef no come happy again at all. Or na situation wey be say, you no dey get the feeling when you enter the other room, so 1 minute light don off. Weakness and tiredness, every time na wetin you dey complain.
I get another question wey I wan ask you. Wetin be the possible causes of this ailment?
Now, most of the things wey dey cause this palava na dirty, old infection, na still part of wetin go fit cause this thing wey dey affect men. Sugar level and stress also, e fit cause the thing wey dey make this thing dey affect man, wey be say man no fit do in duty. So this thing wey we dey talk about today, na these things dem go fit affect am.
How person go fit know when he don contact this sickness, and wetin be the thing wey I suppose dey see when he go use know say this thing don dey in body o?
When you get this problem, you go begin to dey experience joint pain for inside of your body. This thing go dey make you no go dey comfortable at all. Comfort go comot from you. Na so you go dey piss every time. That one dem say na abnormal urine. Every time you dey go piss. Now something you go dey experience when e be say your this thing no dey work well as man. Another one be say the man he no go dey interested again for the things wey dey happen for the other room. Inside of our office like this, we go run test for you to know wetin really cause this thing, and the test na free o.
Thank you very much, the Chief Consultant for Champions Herbal for Men. If you no be champion, then you no be champion at all.
Hey, shey una know, shey una hear, shey una sabi say Baba Champion for Men na ogbonge man for men matters o. Baba Champion for Men be licensed herbal practitioner wey man body dey see arrange wella. We dey welcome you make you come our office come see the kajad ways wey our forefathers use root and herbs to maintain healthy living, especially for men o. Make you know say herbs na from nature and dey go fit sama us with better health benefits and make our body dey kakaraka. But remember say we suppose use them the right way. This na why Baba Champion for Men dey welcome you come our office make you come see for yourself for number 62 Ikwere Road beside Egede Street, my 2 Diobu Port Harcourt. For directions and for more informatoire, make you green Baba Champion on top 0816 920 2525. I go call am again 0816 920 2525. Again 0816 920 2525.
If I speak English,
Hello, my good people of River State. Make we hear from the Chief Consultant for Baba Champion.
Wetin people dey find for Sokoto, we don bring am come their Sokoto. Everybody gets their area wey dem specialize put for inside of Baba Champion. Baba Champion, e no dey sleep for their own work at all o. Stop to dey go places wey no understand your palava. That thing, e fit be the reason why your problem sef e dey continue because dem no understand am. Even if we know say no condition is permanent, you get your own role to play.
Alright, una don hear am direct from the horse's mouth to be Baba Champion. I go call the phone number again, make you for right and way. 0816 920 2525. 0816 920 2525. Like I talk am before, I go talk am again. If you no be champion, then you no be champion at all. Make una
That was a paid infomercial.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in the Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. National Emergency Toll Service Bill passes second reading in Senate. House of Representatives order probe in the 30 billion naira NISIPA recovered funds. PDP formally dispatches expulsion certificates to 11 prominent politicians. On the foreign scene, former Honduran President Juan Hernandez freed after U.S. President Donald Trump's pardon. Details shortly. The Nigerian Senate has passed the National Emergency Toll Service NETS Establishment Bill 2025 through its second reading. Sponsored by Senator Abdulaziz Yaradua, the bill seeks to create a uniform, accessible, and rapid emergency response system through a dedicated 3-digit toll-free number nationwide. The legislation, which received overwhelming support, also empowers the Nigerian Communication Commission, NCC, to serve as a regulatory authority for the service, aiming to strengthen coordination in emergency response across the country. Amid growing national security challenges, the upper chamber announced the major shake-up of several standing committees, fulfilling its earlier pledge to reconstitute the Committee on National Security and Intelligence. The Senate Selection Committee, chaired by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, named Senator Yahaya Abdullahi of Kebbi State as chairman of the Committee on National Security and Intelligence, replacing Senator Shehu Buba of Bauchi State, who now heads the Committee on Livestock and Animal Husbandry. Additionally, Senator Mustafa Musa of Yobe State was appointed chairman of the Committee on National Planning, while Senate Minority Whip Osita Ungu of Enugu State takes over as acting chairman of the Senate Committee on Air Force, following the indisposition of former chairman Senator Akwashiki. The leadership described the reconstitution as part of efforts to strengthen oversight and improve the Senate's response to emerging national security issues. The House of Representatives has resolved to investigate the status of over 30 billion naira recovered from the National Social Investment Program Agency, NSIPA, between 2024 and 2025, following concerns over delays in restarting key social intervention programs. The decision followed by the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance sponsored by Saidu Abdullahi, representing Bida, Baku, Kacha Federal Constituency in Niger State. NSIPA implements the federal government's core social protection initiatives, including trader money, market money, farmer money, the homegrown school feeding program, and grants for vulnerable groups, which aims to reduce poverty, boost school enrollment, support small-scale entrepreneurs, and enhance financial inclusion. Abdullahi noted that although security and anti-graft investigations led to the tracing, freezing, and recovery of substantial NSIPA funds from deposit money banks and payment service providers, these funds have yet to be remitted into the agency's designated Treasury single account, stalling program implementation and leaving millions of beneficiaries without the intended support. He warns that the prolonged non-release of the fund undermines the government's economic recovery plans, slows poverty alleviation, disrupts small-scale enterprises, exacerbates hardship in rural and urban communities, and erodes public trust. In response, the House, presided over by Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, unanimously adopted the motion and resolved to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate the total recoveries, determine their current status, identify issues delaying their release, and obtain a clear utilization plans from NSIPA. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has formally dispatched expulsion certificates to 11 prominent politicians, including former governors Nyesom Wike and Ayodele Fayose. In a decisive move, the party says is aimed at sanitizing its ranks ahead of the 2027 elections. Announcing the development after a National Working Committee (NWC) meeting in Abuja, PDP National Chairman Kabiru Turaki described the action as part of the party's resolve to enforce discipline and end internal sabotage. The expelled individuals, including Senator Samuel Anyanwu, Umaru Bature, Kamaruddin Ajibade, Abdurrahman Muhammad, Senator Mao Ohumboa, Austin Nwanchukwu, Abraham Nana, George Turner, and Chief Dan Obi, have been formally notified via courier, with the party confirming their relevant institutions, including INEC, the police, DSS, and NSCDC, had been informed of their status. Turaki added that members of the public would soon be cautioned against engaging with the expelled politicians in the name of the PDP. On internal party matters, he confirmed that congresses in Osun State had been reviewed and approved and that the governorship primary was proceeding smoothly, with Senator Ademola Adeleke still an active aspirant. The chairman also addressed national security concerns over the APC-led government, describing the current situation as unsafe for Nigerians nationwide, and reiterated the party's readiness to provide a credible alternative in the 2027 elections. Meanwhile, former acting national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Umar Damagum, has handed over leadership to Tanimu Turaki-led National Working Committee, NWC, marking the end of his tenure, which officially expires on December 8, 2025. The handover, which took place at the Bauchi State Governor's Lodge in Abuja, follows months of internal leadership tussles between Damagum's faction and another led by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. Speaking at the ceremony, Damagum said the new NWC has the mandate to rebuild and reposition the party. Damagum expressed optimism about the PDP's future, insisting the party remains a major force in the national political landscape. He added that those responsible for internal crisis in the party may enjoy temporary relief, but would eventually face the consequences of their actions. In his remarks, the new NWC chairman, Tanimu Turaki, commended the outgoing leadership for their efforts and pledged to work for the unity and progress of the PDP. President Bola Tinubu has appointed 6 prominent political figures as zonal coordinators for the Renewed Hope Initiative committees, aimed at driving his administration's developmental and socio-economic agenda across the country. The appointees include former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa for the South-South, former Bauchi State Governor Issa Yugudu for the North-East, former Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari for the North-West, former Senate President Ayim Pius for the South-East, Oladipupo Oyibande for the South-West, and former Nasarawa State Governor Umar Tanko Al-Makura for the North-Central. The appointments were announced during the inauguration of the committees in Abuja, an event chaired by Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma. The Renewed Hope Initiative is expected to strengthen strategic engagement, mobilization efforts, and development-focused interventions across the 6 geopolitical zones in line with President Tinubu's vision for national renewal. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign, and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The Nigerian Navy has extended free medical and educational support to residents of Akpo Kingdom in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State as part of its 2025 end-of-year activities. The outreach held at Zoba Town Hall was facilitated by the Nigerian Navy Hospital Borokiri and the Nigerian Navy Secondary School Port Harcourt. The program featured health talks, career guidance for students, medical consultations, deworming, blood screening, vaccinations for children, dental checks, eye examinations with free medicated glasses, distribution of mosquito nets. Educational materials, including books and writing supplies, were also shared. Declaring the outreach open, the flag officer commanding Eastern Naval Command, Rear Admiral Chigozie Okeye, represented by Navy Commander Samuel Uchenna, reaffirmed the Navy's commitment to supporting its host communities.
The Nigerian Navy regularly organizes outreach to host communities in her efforts to enhance robust civil-military cooperation. Consequent to this, the Nigerian Navy's commitment to her corporate social responsibilities is a key priority in the vision of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral I. Abbas, which aims at synergy and addressing basic concerns of the Nigerian Navy host communities.
Earlier in his welcome address, the paramount ruler of Akpo Kingdom, Ozonwonwu Levi Oriebe, described the gesture as historic for Akpo Kingdom.
Yes, today I'm very, very happy through my daughter. That make me happy and make Akpo happy through Nigerian Navy. We all are excited that what is happening today. If you watch in the olden days, this type of thing did not happen. Now, God have remembered and used our as a naval command to answer our prayer. I won't talk much. What I will say, stay blessed. The Almighty God.
The beneficiaries on their part commended the Nigerian Navy for their kind gestures as they urged them to carry out the exercise from time to time in the kingdom.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy for this particular program. I'm so excited because Nigerian Navy giving back to the society, very great thing. I'm happy. I really appreciate it.
I'm so happy. So let them come again, not just once, and attend to others who are yet to be attended.
Well, I'm happy because the Nigerian Navy in particular provided encouragement to education to our pupils. Well, also free medical.
The Commander General of the Organized Security Peace and Advisory Committee, OSPAC, Emeka Onyocha, has called on the National Assembly to concentrate on establishing state police rather than creating local government police structures. Onyocha told Today FM's Priye Izogu that policing requires strong intelligence and confidentiality, warning that a local government police system could become porous at the third-tier level of governance. He stressed that security should remain a top priority for government at all levels.
For now, I'm advising the government to end it at the state level. Don't do it at the local government level because it will be porous. Let us try the state level because this is the first time that the country is going into such thing. So don't push it too hard. It is step by step. So let us try from state. When we try from state, if the state did not give us what we desire, then we can shift to local government. What I mean porous is that a lot of interest. We have 774 local government. When you allow these 774 local government to set up their own security outfit, it will be porous. It will be porous because security is secrecy.
Onyocha also disclosed that OSPAC is intensifying efforts to curb the activities of criminal headers in the area under its jurisdiction. The OSPAC Commander General noted that although there has been minor incidents of herders attacking farmers, the situation in Rivers State is not comparable to the more severe cases reported in parts of northern Nigeria. He further advised state and local government as well as security agencies to properly regulate vigilante groups, while expressing concern that some groups operate in unidentified uniforms and carry arms, raising questions about their motives and credibility.
It's high time the state government and the local government should look into the rising forces of security activities in Onega. We've been saying this is as if we are witch hunting or backbiting some persons. Now in Onega, I found out that everybody wants to do security. Our young men don't even want to go to school anymore. They don't want to learn work anymore. They don't want to look for a job in oil company again. Everybody now want to bear arms, and it is not a good one for the society because we know our people, we know the kind of youth we have, we know how they behave, we know how their level of understanding. So if you allow the youth floor the place with arms, it will backfire in future. That is just the truth. So the government should do something before it gets out of hand, because
the National Union of Equerry Students Worldwide has honored Nobel DK, Chief Security Officer of the Alakaya community, with an award for his outstanding contribution to maintaining relative peace in the area, which hosts the University of Port Harcourt. Union President Obodo Precious praised DK's commitment to tackling insecurity, drug abuse and violence against students, noting that his efforts have had a significant positive impact on the student community.
Find him worthy of giving him an award resulted that a research of the peace he has kept in Alakaya. Before now, we have been hearing source of information of rape, robbery, handpick, and all sorts of things. So we have to commend him and I'll give him an award of performance because he really tried. For some time now, for 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 years now, peace has been in Alakaya. Then we hear different news. Alakaya is very hot. No go that side, the back of Kent. Yeah, they have all this kind of a thing. He went to Alakaya Street. We hear a lot of things. So since it's his emergence, so we found out that there's peace. So we have to come and appreciate him.
The Chief Security Officer of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, Dr. Atama Valentine, also commended DK for a strong collaboration in safeguarding the community, adding that the partnership has benefited many UPTH staff residing in Alakaya.
That we have cordial relationship with our host community, Alakaya. The CSO, DK, has been doing very well. Since took up that mantle, we've had peace in the environment and we've worked in a very peaceful atmosphere in the hospital environment. Both the Nyewale and the rest of the community members, are very happy because as opposed to what used to happen before now, where students, our patient relatives and all that having clashes with the host community.
Receiving the award, Nobel DK, who thanks the union for the recognition, saying it serves as motivation to continue serving the community, also announced plans to offer scholarships to indigents of his community.
I thank Comrade Obodo Precious, President of National Union of Ikwere Students, National Secretariat Worldwide, for finding me worthy of this award of outstanding performance in keeping relative peace in Alakaya town, and thereby contributing to peace in Rivers State. The security is everybody's business. I couldn't have done it alone. With the help of my team, the entire people of Alakaya, the Royal Highness of the community, the Council of Chiefs, youth, security agencies, the non-indigent and residents of Alakaya for making this achievement possible. Within my capacity, I have tried promising to give scholarship to orphans, especially from my community, for this coming session.
The union further congratulated DK on his upcoming birthday on December 3. On the foreign scene, former Honduran President Juan Hernandez has been released from the U.S. federal prison a day after receiving a full pardon from President Donald Trump. Hernandez has been serving a 45-year sentence for involvement in one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world, accused of facilitating the importation of over 400 tons of cocaine into the United States and accepting millions in bribes from drug cartels over 18 years. Trump announced the pardon last week, calling Hernandez's treatment harsh and unfair and urging Hondurans to support right-wing candidate Nasri Asufara, a member of the Hernandez party, in the recent election. The pardon has sparked sharp criticism, with opponents, including Democratic Senator Catherine Masto, condemning it as undermining U.S. law enforcement efforts against drug trafficking. Hernandez's release comes amid heightened U.S. anti-drug operations in the Caribbean and mounting tensions over Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, further intensifying scrutiny of Trump's approach to Latin America. In sports, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has organized a preparation course for referees selected to officiate at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON. The training, held in Cairo, Egypt, included referees, assistant referees, video assistant referees, VAR, and technical and physical instructors. CAF stated that the course aims to ensure officials are fully prepared ahead of the tournament. Last week, CAF announced the selection of 73 officials for the competition, comprising 28 referees, 31 assistant referees, and 14 VAR officials. The 2025 Africa Cup of Nations is scheduled to take place in Morocco from December 21, 2025 to January 18, 2026. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The National Emergency Toll Service Bill has passed second reading in the Senate. The House of Representatives has ordered a probe into the 30 billion naira NSIPA recovered funds. We told you that PDP has formally dispatched expulsion certificates to 11 prominent politicians to sensitize and sanitize the party ahead of 2027 elections. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the former Honduran president, Juan Hernandez, has been freed after U.S. President Donald Trump's pardon. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasungo Kore. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Good evening, this is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. The headlines. Congolese government declares end of Ebola outbreak in Kasai. UK suspends funding support for Mozambique gas project. Former Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina sentenced in absentia for corruption. South Korea orders swift sanctions over massive Kupang data breach. Details shortly. The Democratic Republic of Congo has announced the end of its latest Ebola outbreak after no new cases was reported in the past 42 days. Congo's Health Minister Roger Kamba said a total number of 53 confirmed cases, 45 deaths, and 11 probable cases were recorded during the country's 16th Ebola outbreak. Kamba said more than 47,500 people were vaccinated. The minister especially credited frontline workers for helping to stem the outbreak. He noted the nation is still battling other diseases, including cholera and mpox. Congolese authorities declared the Ebola outbreak on 4 September in Bulapi, in the Kasai province. It was Kasai's first outbreak since 2008. The UK government said it will withdraw its funding from Mozambique LNG project. The withdrawal is yet another blow to the mega Total Energies gas project. The British government said it will disburse only $1 billion to the project, citing it as too risky. The gas project in Mozambique has over the years been accused of fueling the climate crisis and deadly terror attacks in the region. The project has been on hold since an Islamist insurgency attack in Cabo Delgado, killing more than 800 people in 2021. The British Secretary of State told newsmen yesterday that the project would not serve their interests. The UK Export Finance Government Agency was responsible for this $1.5 billion loan. A South African radio presenter has appeared in court accused of recruiting men to fight for Russia in the war in Ukraine. Nonkululeko Mantula was arrested with 4 men after a tip-off to authorities. Investigators says she recruited the men and arranged their planned enlistment into the Russian army. Police said 3 of the men were stopped at the airport while trying to fly to Russia via the UAE. Fighting for a foreign army without government approval is illegal in South Africa. All 5 suspects have been remanded in custody and will return to court for a bail hearing next week. Mantula, a presenter at SAFM, was arrested as police also pursue a separate investigation involving Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, daughter of former President Jacob Zuma. She's accused of deceiving 17 South African men into traveling to Russia under the false promise of security training that will lead to jobs. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. A court in Dhaka has sentenced former Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to 5 years in prison and her niece, British MP Tulip Siddiq, for 2 years after finding them guilty of corruption in the acquisition of government land plots. The verdict was delivered in absentia by Judge Rabiul Alam of Dhaka's Special Judges Court, who ruled that Hasina, currently living in exile in India after being ousted in an uprising last year, accused her office as a prime minister to influence the land's transactions. Siddiq, a member of the United Kingdom's governing Labour Party, was found to have used her influence to secure plots for her mother, Sheikh Rehana, and 2 siblings in the government housing project in Dhaka. Rehana, who reportedly no longer resides in Bangladesh, received a 7-year sentence in absentia. All 3 were fined about $820 with a possible additional 6-month jail term should they fail to pay. South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has ordered urgent action to punish those responsible for a massive data breach at e-commerce giant Coupang that compromised the personal information of more than 33 million customers. Describing it as an astonishing that Coupang failed to detect the intrusion for 5 months, Lee said the scale of the damage is massive and called for stronger fines and enforceable punitive damages. The breach occurred through overseas servers between June 24 and November 8, but the company only became aware of it last month and has since filed a complaint against a former employee, a Chinese national identified by police as a suspect. Authorities are tracing IP addresses and investigating possible international collaboration, warning the leak could threaten the daily lives and safety of every single citizen. Coupang confirmed that customers' names, email addresses, phone numbers, shipping details, and parts of order histories were exposed, but insisted payment information and login credentials were not affected. The incident follows a major breach at mobile carrier SK Telecom, which was fined 134 billion won in August after data belonging to nearly 27 million users was compromised. Chinese authorities have arrested several activists and issued a stern warning to what they describe as anti-China and pro-chaos elements as public criticism intensifies over the government's handling of Hong Kong's deadliest fire in nearly 80 years. Hong Kong's National Security Police detained 3 people over the weekend, including former District Councillor Kenneth Kam Hong and a volunteer assisting fire survivors, following the arrest of a university student a day earlier on suspicion of sedition. Among those arrested is 24-year-old Miles Kwan, a student at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, who created an online petition demanding transparency and accountability from authorities. The petition, which gathered more than 10,000 signatures before being taken down, called for an independent commission of inquiry to investigate the fire and examine potential conflicts of interest. Before its removal, China's National Security Office in Hong Kong accused activists of using the petition to incite confrontation and tear society apart. The arrest marked the latest tightening of space for dissent after Beijing's sweeping security laws reshaped Hong Kong's political landscape. Hong Kong's leader, John Lee, has ordered the creation of an independent committee to investigate the cause of a devastating fire that killed at least 151 people. Last Wednesday, 7 of 8 tower blocks at Wang Fuk Court housing complex, which had been undergoing extensive renovations, went up in flames. Investigators have since found that a protective netting used around the buildings failed to meet flame retardant standards. At least 13 people have been arrested for suspected manslaughter, including the directors of a construction company. The fire is the deadliest the city has seen in more than 70 years, and the death toll could rise further as officials continue to recover bodies. Chief Executive Lee said the committee would be led by a judge and would conduct comprehensive reform, adding that he would work to prevent similar tragedies from occurring in the future. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has renewed calls for peace while pledging absolute loyalty to Venezuelans during a mass rally in Caracas, as tensions with the United States intensify amid fears of potential military action. Addressing thousands of supporters outside the Miraflores Palace, Maduro insisted Venezuela sought peace with sovereignty, equality and freedom, rejecting what he described as a slave's peace or the peace of colonies. His remarks come as U.S. President Donald Trump met with top national security officials in Washington to weigh next steps in Venezuela. The U.S. has escalated military pressure in recent years, deploying about 15,000 troops and positioned the world's largest aircraft carrier in the Caribbean under the banner of anti-drug trafficking campaign. Washington has designated the so-called Cartel de los Soles, allegedly led by Maduro, as a terrorist organization and has carried out at least 21 strikes on suspected drug smuggling boats since September, killing at least 83 people. Caracas, however, says the military buildup is aimed at toppling Maduro and seizing control of Venezuela's vast natural resources. Joaquin Guzman Lopez, a son of notorious Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, has pleaded guilty in a Chicago court to drug trafficking and continuing criminal enterprise charges. The plea deal includes cooperation with U.S. prosecutors in exchange for a reduced sentence. Guzman Lopez, one of four sons of the jailed Sinaloa cartel leader, has initially pleaded not guilty following his July 2024 arrest in Texas. Under the agreement, prosecutors said the judge could spare him from a life sentence depending on the extent of his cooperation. He's also required to pay $80 million representing proceeds from his crimes. Guzman Lopez's activities include shipment of hundreds or thousands of kilograms of cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and marijuana from Mexico to the United States. El Chapo, now 68 years old, is serving a life sentence in a Colorado Supermax federal prison following his 2019 conviction. The United States has exempted British pharmaceuticals from import tariffs under a unique deal that sees the UK increase spending American drugs by 25%. The accord aims to address long-standing imbalances in the US-UK pharmaceutical trade, ending what US Trade Ambassador Jameson Greer called on an arrangement where American patients have been forced to subsidize prescription drugs and biologics in other developed countries. Under the deal struck between the administrations of U.S. President Donald Trump and the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Britain's publicly funded National Health Service, NHS, will increase its prices for new U.S. treatments by 25%. The agreement means Britain will be exempted from hefty U.S. tariffs imposed on pharma imports that entered force on October 1. The lofty price of medications has been a major political issue in the United States for years, with a Rand Corporation study showing Americans paid 2.5 times as much for pharmaceuticals as in France. The Indian government has directed smartphone manufacturers to pre-install a state-owned cybersecurity app on all new devices as part of efforts to curb online scams and digital crime. According to reports, the order issued privately to manufacturers in November gives companies 90 days to ensure the app Sancha Sathi communication companion is installed on all new phones and cannot be disabled by users. The directive from the Department of Telecommunications (DOT) also mandates phone companies to push software updates that will install the app on existing devices already in circulation. Launched in January, Sancha Sathi is already available for download and remains optional for India's 1.2 billion smartphone users. The government argues the app is crucial in combating cybersecurity threats, particularly the widespread use of duplicate or spoofed IMEI numbers, unique identifiers assigned to mobile devices and used to block stolen phones from network access. That story from India concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Otunakachi Celestine of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the major stories. We told you that Congolese government has declared end of Ebola outbreak in Kasai. You heard that UK government has suspended funding support for Mozambique gas project. We also told you that former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was sentenced in absentia for corruption. Finally, South Korea has ordered swift sanctions over massive Kupang data breach. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. A rare conversation with Egypt's foreign minister about the Sudan war and the tensions between his country and Ethiopia over the River Nile.
We talked, my friend, for 13 years and we reached nothing, zero, nothing.
And after more than 6 decades of broadcasting from London, Focus on Africa has just arrived in its new home, Nairobi.
The ethos should be that we bring a whole continent, we bring a whole history, and we bring the diaspora, because it's so massive. Now people can hear and see and understand Africa in so many different dimensions.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. Donald Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, are at the Kremlin to present Vladimir Putin with amended proposals to end the war with Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky is visiting Ireland, where he's been holding a news conference. Chris Page is there.
He said the US was taking serious steps to end this war, and when it came to the talks going on in Moscow today, President Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff there, well, he said the signals, as he put it, that come out of those talks will determine his steps. And he went on to say it was fair play and perceived as such by Ukraine's partners, who counted Ireland and EU nations among them, of course. He said perhaps he would meet the American delegation. He said he was prepared to meet President Trump. It all depended on today's signals.
The former president of Honduras and convicted drugs trafficker Juan Orlando Hernandez has been released from prison in the United States after being pardoned by President Trump. He served less than 2 years of a 45-year sentence for involvement in cocaine trafficking. From Tegucigalpa, Will Grant.
Juan Orlando Hernandez's wife, the former First Lady of Honduras, Ana Garcia Carias, has kept up a relentless campaign claiming his innocence from the moment he was arrested and extradited to the United States in 2022. Now she has said via social media that her husband is a free man. She posted a screenshot from the website of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which appeared to confirm the former president was released from a prison in West Virginia on Monday. The release is yet to be confirmed by the White House, and there has been no sighting of Mr. Hernandez himself.
The number of dead in the devastating floods and landslides on the Indonesian island of Sumatra has risen to more than 700. 500 are still missing, with many feared buried under mud. Villagers say they've had to walk for hours to find clean water, rice or a phone signal. 150,000 people have attended Mass held by Pope Leo in Beirut. On his last day in Lebanon, he called on the country to tackle years of conflict and political and economic crisis. He said the region needed to change course from the horror of war.
I make a heartfelt appeal to those who hold political and social authority here and in all countries marked by war and violence. Listen to the cry of your peoples who are calling for peace.
Earlier, Pope Leo prayed at the site in the capital of the chemical explosion that killed more than 200 people 5 years ago. You're listening to the latest world news from the BBC. Israel has received what officials are calling findings from Gaza, which are being sent for forensic examination. They've been received from Hamas. An Israeli soldier and a Thai citizen are still missing. Once all are returned, the second phase of the ceasefire with Hamas is meant to come into effect. The global economic policy think tank, the OECD, says the world economy has been surprisingly resilient this year, despite a number of setbacks and challenges. In its latest report, the OECD has slightly raised its growth estimates for key economies, including the US and the Eurozone. The British government has confirmed plans to restrict the ancient right to a jury trial in England and Wales in an attempt to tackle unprecedented backlogs in the courts. The Justice Secretary, David Lammy, said serious crimes will be decided by a judge alone if the likely sentence would be less than 3 years. Dominic Casciani reports.
Volunteer community magistrates who deal with 90% of all crime will be allowed to jail offenders for up to 18 months, and there will be a reserve power to allow them to pass sentences of up to 2 years if that's needed to tackle the backlogs crisis. Defendants will be barred from asking for a jury trial in all circumstances if their case can be dealt with at this lowest court, despite research suggesting that ethnic minorities believe they get a fairer outcome before 12 ordinary citizens.
The main opposition Conservatives say the jury proposals will deny citizens their long-established rights. A diamond-studded crystal Fabergé egg that once belonged to Russia's imperial family is expected to smash sales records when it's auctioned in London later. The winter egg was commissioned by Russia's Tsar Nicholas II in 1913 for his mother. It's estimated to be worth more than $26 million. BBC News.
Hey there, I'm Nkechi Obona with Focus on Africa. Every weekday, I'll bring you 2 big stories from across the continent to help you make sense of our ever-changing world. For our first episode, I'd like to draw your attention to how Egypt has been trying to re-establish its role in the Horn region, with the crisis in Sudan and its contentious relationship with Ethiopia. And after more than 6 decades of broadcasting from London, Focus on Africa has now moved to Nairobi. I'll be in conversation with one of the legends of Focus, Audrey Brown, about the legacy of the program.
We had a magazine called Focus on Africa.
Yes, I remember that.
We had a program called This Week in Africa. We had a program called Talk About Africa. We had an African quiz. We had an African debate. So that real estate, I mean, it's kind of boiled down now, but the ethos was the same.
It's Tuesday, the 2nd of December. A devastating struggle has been going on in Sudan for more than 2 years now. The war between the Sudanese army and the rebel group has forced more than 12 million people out of their homes. Most of the victims are women and children. There are efforts to end the war, and Egypt is one of the key players in the negotiations.
We have to move forward with the truce and the ceasefire as soon as possible, and to have humanitarian safe haven, humanitarian accessibility in all Sudan.
But Egypt itself is involved in a dispute with Ethiopia over the waters of the Nile.
We talked, my friend, for 13 years, and we reached nothing, zero.
That's Egypt's Foreign Minister, Dr. Badr Abdelati, talking to my colleague, Wahiga Maura, who is the host of Focus on Africa TV. It's uncommon for top Egyptian officials to talk to the media, and so I catch up with Wahiga to find out more about his interview.
Welcome to Nairobi.
Thank you so much, Wahiga. It's been lovely, Wahiga. People say I'm Kenyan. I just happen to be a Kenyan living in Nigeria.
You're catching the lingo, the mannerisms. I hope you, but catch only the good manners. The
I know,
bad
right?
ones, please don't pick them up.
I'll try not to. First, you spoke to Egypt's foreign minister, Dr. Abdelatif. This is one foreign minister I know is in high demand. How did you get him? How did you prep for the interview? Did you face any hassle? What was it like?
I've actually been trying to get through to him and his team for the last 1 year. So it's been a long journey, at least in media terms. And it's been a question of, you get a number from someone, you put in a request, hope it will get to the right people and that sort of thing. And so when I knew that we were going to be at the G20 and I knew that South Africa had invited Egypt, I sent out a whole bunch of emails. And surprisingly, I Googled the Egyptian embassy's address in Pretoria. I got an email address there, and I put in my interview request. And somebody did get back to me, and they asked for a few more details, which I furnished them with. And a couple of days later, I got a phone call where they wanted us to discuss the modalities of the email, should the foreign minister or whoever was going to be representing them be available. This is an interview we've been waiting for a long time. There's so much to talk about regarding Egypt, where they sit on the African continent. They are the bridge between the Middle East, North Africa, the African continent, the Horn of Africa as well. Militarily, it's an economy that has, been growing but has faced its fair share of challenges. They've been going through an economic challenge since 2022, a refugee hub with the conflicts in Sudan and elsewhere. So there is so much that we had to discuss with Egypt, and I was worried that the 20 minutes that we had would not be enough.
Let's begin to peel the layers of this conversation. How concerned is Egypt about the war in Sudan?
They have every reason to be concerned, bearing in mind they share a very long border with Sudan. And, we wanted to get an accurate picture from them first when we reached out about this mediation process that Egypt is involved in. Egypt is part of this group known as the Quad: Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and the United States. And from the time the Quad announced on the 12th of September this 3-point plan that they were pushing for a humanitarian truce, a ceasefire, and a political process that would involve all Sudanese, we haven't quite had a lot from the Quad after that. And so when we got the foreign minister down, the first thing we wanted to understand is this: for Sudanese who are listening to this interview, can you give them hope that the Quad's plan is actually working? And he did express concerns that when the plan was released, it was hoped that it would be implemented quickly. But then he said, then El Fasher fell. And after that, it's like, this has gone on to a whole different dimension because of some of the atrocities we're hearing about happening in El Fasher. And so for Egypt, this is significant because of the number of refugees that Egypt has hosted in the country since the war began 2.5 years ago. The numbers we hear is over 1.5 million people have crossed over at one point into Egypt seeking shelter. What this has done, unfortunately, is the strain it's had on Egypt's resources. Egypt has also been going through its own crisis economically, as I mentioned, since 2022. And at some point, the IMF had to get involved. And so, when you think about the infrastructure to house and help and support such a large number of refugees, and then your own citizens are crying out because of the economic challenges as well, it's been a balancing act for Egypt. And that's one reason why many feel Egypt had to get involved, and that's why Egypt is part of the Quad.
We've also heard in some quarters that Egypt is supporting the SAF, which is the Sudanese Armed Forces.
He denied this, and he said that, from a diplomatic perspective, that is something that they would never engage in. And this is actually what he told me when I put that question to him.
Not true at all. This is a principled position in our foreign policy, not to interfere in the internal affairs of any country, including neighboring countries, of course, because foreign interference is not good, especially with regard to fueling the conflict. This is a red line for us. What we need de-escalation.
Waiga, he clearly said they don't interfere with internal affairs. But did you feel like that's a principle they're actually upholding, given the recent events that have unfolded and, the several accusations from different quarters concerning their involvement in the war?
That's a good question. I'd say it's hard to tell because on one hand, obviously, he came out very clearly. There was no hesitation in his response. And that's the sense that I got. But on the other hand, the accusations made against them don't seem to be going away. And when you see a situation where about a week before our interview, the foreign minister had made a trip to Sudan. and he held bilateral talks with General Burhan, who leads the Sudanese army. And one of the questions I asked him thereafter was, we've seen you with General Burhan, and we assume you're discussing peace in Sudan. Are we then also going to see you meeting Hemeti, who's leading the Rapid Support Forces, the other side? And he said, no, there's nothing like that planned. What does that then mean when you have a group that's mediating this war, but some of the members of the group are only meeting with one side or the other side and not meeting the other side? Can you be a mediator and also potentially be linked with one side or the other? And that's been the complexity with the Quad.
Now, there has been this diplomatic beef between Egypt and Ethiopia, and we hear the dam is at the center of it. Something about the Nile, something about Egypt and Ethiopia claiming ownership. What exactly was that about?
In early September of this year, when Ethiopia launched that Renaissance Dam, also known as GERD, Africa's largest hydroelectric dam, I mean, some of the numbers are boggling, the size of Greater London, 5,100 megawatts of power, double what the country produces at this time. On one hand, some of our coverage showed the celebration there was in Ethiopia. It was closer now to achieving its energy dreams. But we immediately then had statements from Egypt who were calling this unacceptable, and prior to that they had written to the UN Security Council saying that their water security is threatened by what Ethiopia is doing. What I can say is that when I did move to the discussion around Ethiopia with Egypt's foreign minister, he became more animated. And I definitely got the sense that this is almost personal. About 93% of Egypt is desert, and the water from the Nile is essential to Egypt's civilization. And the minister was keen to point out that from the days of the construction of the pyramids till today, water is life for Egypt. This is actually how the minister put that forward.
We consider it as a unilateral action. It's illegitimate. It's not in accordance with international law. We conducted more than 13 years of negotiations without reaching any agreement, and that was unfortunate because we negotiated with good faith, but unfortunately the other side used this period of negotiation to create facts on the ground and to impose his will.
Wahiga, has Ethiopia said anything about, the reason for the construction of the dam and ownership of the Nile?
Ethiopia has shared previously its ambitions to uplift its citizens from poverty. And one of the ways, obviously, is to ensure that they have enough access to cheap energy to be able to achieve, their dreams and their visions. But Ethiopia has also said that the vision for this dam is to also provide energy for its neighbors as well, and all those who will be willing to tap into that. They've also questioned some of the accusations that Egypt has posed about their water security to bodies like the UN Security Council. So when Egypt wrote to the UN Security Council, Ethiopia's defense was these are false accusations about what the impact of this dam will actually be. But the wording by Egypt's minister at this time made it sound like there's no more back channel or formal communication. They are not talking as two nations, and the way forward at the moment is quite unclear. And this is actually more of what he told me.
We have to defend our interests, but in accordance to...
Militarily, diplomatically,
in accordance to the international law and the UN Charter. That's it.
And any talks, Ethiopia have said, come, let's talk. We have excess energy we can now share with you. You're building a new nuclear power plant.
We talked, my friend, for 13 years, and we reached nothing, zero, nothing.
Is this something the world should be concerned about at a time when we have conflicts in Sudan and elsewhere?
Absolutely.
What should they do? What should the international community do if the two parties are unable to resolve?
We went to the Security Council because the Security Council is the main platform for dealing with issues related to international peace and security in the world. And this is a clear threat to international security and peace.
Generally speaking, how did you feel the interview went? Did you get the sense of being satisfied, having spoken to him that long about several issues involving Egypt?
I did feel that he is very well versed in, being asked questions. It required probing to dig in because, as a diplomat, one knows that you cannot put all the information on the table. But I was happy with how it went because we were able to cover at least 4 important topics. So, yes, I was happy, and the team that I was with thereafter felt that we'd achieved what we'd set out to, which is to get answers on behalf of our audiences.
That was Wahiga Maura. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. If you listened to our program on the 21st of November, you might have heard us talking about Focus on Africa's move from London to Nairobi. This show, which offers independent, impartial, and trustworthy journalism and the biggest of stories every day to millions across Africa, is coming home. It means the entire production and presentation of the program will be fully done on the continent. Now, Audrey Brown, who's been the voice of the show, packed over 6 decades of goodies that Focus on Africa has been known for and brought that with her to Nairobi. And you know what? We're going to be unpacking what's in the luggage for you. Audrey is here. Welcome to Nairobi, Audrey.
Thank you very much.
This is the number what time now? Can you count?
Nairobi holds the singular honor of being the last country or city I visited before lockdown in October 2019. But I have been here lots and lots and lots
I know, you can't count. The last time we had a chat, you said you were packing some bags.
Yes.
Focus bags.
And remember that I started telling you what I was packing into the bag, but now I'll unpack the bag.
So let's unpack.
Firstly, our listeners. Our audience, they are the most precious thing that we have. And with people who've worked on Focus and worked in the African service over the years, we are committed, because there was a time, and I think we're going back to those times now, in a way, in some countries, where people with marginalized voices don't have space, where countries and governments control the airwaves. So Focus was always clear that we document, we hold to account, we amplify, and we make sure that people are understood with their full dignity.
That's so warm to hear, Audrey. But I guess continuity is one of the anchors of the Focus on Africa program, because it's the same community, it's the same spirit that's driving it and that has driven it all of this years.
Yes, the ethos. The ethos should be that we bring a whole continent, we bring a whole history, and we bring the diaspora, because it's so massive. Now people can hear and see and understand Africa in so many different dimensions.
Let's backtrack a bit. Where did it all begin?
I grew up in South Africa, apartheid South Africa, and the white supremacist government tried to isolate us, not just from each other as South Africans, but from the rest of the continent and the rest of the world. The world did not forget us, and we did not feel isolated from the world, because there were so many different ways in which we could connect. And because apartheid South Africa wanted to put South Africans into silos, so, you were a this and a that and a that, rather than just a South African. So I reached beyond that. And so I had a sense, and I didn't know what it was called, but this sense of Pan-Africanism I had. And I had a family that was very connected to that as well. So I remember we used to play a skipping game, like when you skip and then you have to say the name of a country. My go-to was Sierra Leone, the very first one. Sierra Leone, so because if you say a name that they're holding it, then you're out. So I would go further and further and further on the continent.
Out of the region.
Yeah, exactly. And when I went to university, I studied African history and African politics and journalism. This was in South Africa. I won an award and I was sent to Cardiff University to go and do an MA. And one of our field trips was to go and visit the African service.
At the BBC?
At the BBC, yes. And on the same day, we'd visited the FT and the Economist. And then the last one was the African service. And the people at the African service were just like, oh, you'll come back next week or whenever to participate in the programs around.
Oh, wow.
And I met some of the legends of Focus on Africa. Elizabeth Ohini, Akwa Mosu, Robin White, Josephine Hazley. Those were, the monarchs. Yeah. I was sort of inducted into this family, this community, this understanding of Africa. And what they knew was boundless.
But you see, it's been a journey of over 20 years for you, and you've gone around this lovely continent. What are some of those things you've taken with you from every country you have gone to tell a story, or every community you have visited?
There's so many. But I think there are people and spirits that go with you in a way when you've done a story and you go away and then something reminds you again of somebody. And in this particular case, there are a few. But the one that stands out really actually is from Nairobi 2017. It was the election. First election was cancelled and then it was a second round and we came back for both. And we were outside a park talking to business people about what kinds of things they want from a new government. And there was a little boy who sort of kept sort of tugging at me, and I sort of got slightly impatient with him, and he just turned around and he gave me a little lollipop.
Oh, how sweet.
To kind of, I'm getting quite emotional thinking about it now. He was slowly turning away my wrath in a way, even though I wasn't cruel to him. But he was trying to soften my approach to him. And then I spoke to him afterwards. And I found out that his mother had been killed in previous election violence, and he had come from an area, and he was here now on the street in Nairobi. It seemed like he was being looked after in a way, but, in the hubble bubble of things, I left. But when I left, I kept thinking about him, and I keep thinking about him. And there's so many people like that I think, I wonder what happened to them. We talk about them, we talk to them, but do we change what happens to them? Do we change their worlds materially? And sometimes this is something that journalism and journalists feel now.
I think it's becoming more difficult these days because we're seeing increasing conflicts, we're seeing crisis, we're seeing more marginalized communities. Where do you draw the line between being a human and being a journalist?
Don't you think we become journalists because it's an expression of a human desire to let people understand, to make it possible for people to be heard, to listen to people, sometimes just bearing witness? I feel that that's the kind of thing that Focus on Africa and the African Service has allowed us to do. But Focus always rises to the occasion as well.
Yes.
We've been at memorable moments,
And I was just going to ask you about some memorable moments.
Yeah. Let's just say from the 1990s, the reporting on the kind of democratic wave across the continent.
Yeah.
But also just not sort of momentous moments for each individual country, but for instance, the death of Nelson Mandela, which I reported on. That was so huge. That was so massive because I went back to the BBC in 2005. I was there for a brief moment when I was a student in the UK. But the one thing that was made clear was that BBC Africa, Focus on Africa, was going to lead the BBC's coverage of Nelson Mandela's funeral. My editor said, and you are the person who's going to do that. And that was again a reflection of Focus on Africa and its DNA. And I love the fact that this new incarnation, I love the fact that so many people from so many different parts of the continent are there. I love it.
Going back to when you mentioned how the great Bola Mosuru read out messages and getting feedback from our wonderful audiences. I'm so glad that that's something we're still doing. We're actually looking for ways to make it even better. So now we're having like very short digital videos that audiences can consume, excerpts from the podcast. And icing on the cake now is there's a visual aspect of the podcast as well,
love that,
Audrey.
yes.
Yes, so aside the normal audio Monday through Friday, Saturday's episode is going to be visualized. So we would have like a guest in the studio or virtually wherever our guest may be. And we're going to talk about one main story. So it could be something political, something on health, something on the economy, but something that our audiences relate to their everyday lives. Are there other memorable moments from either presenting Focus on Africa or going out in the field to get these great stories from the communities?
Lots and lots and lots and lots.
I know. I mean, it's 20 years. You cannot sum 20 years up in a few minutes. What would you miss the most?
We used to be live 3 times a day. And I could feel the audience. Sometimes I would literally feel like I'm dropping into a country or a moment in a country while I'm presenting. It sometimes would feel that way. Yeah, literally as if, I'm being zoomed in. So I miss that connection. I truly, truly miss that connection. And I will miss my colleagues, So those are the bags unpacked.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And Focus on Africa, I leave you with all the love and all the respect and all the glory for what you've done and what you continue to do. Thank you.
Our thanks to Audrey Brown and our colleagues in London who kept Focus on Africa's flame burning. And that's Focus on Africa today from its new home, Nairobi. This episode was put together by Bella Twine, Keiganse Shumba, and Lee Truong in Nairobi. Charles Gitonga was the senior journalist in charge. Philip Bo, our technical producer. Our editors are Samuel Murunga and Mariam Abdallah. Do you have some feedback or suggestions of stories you'd like to hear on the program? Do speak to us on social media at BBC Africa or email us on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk or send us a message on WhatsApp. Our number is +44 77 86 20 5075. I'm Nkechi Obona. Speak again soon.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.